missed it, I would go back and watch the end of the stream from before lunch. Cole popped a prop shaft on the turn in for the final turn, and he just coasted across the timing and scoring line to a 206. So he did beat his record, but he beat it just coasting. So we know that car has a 203, 204 in it, just how it's at today. It does kind of suck that we weren't able to see that level of performance, but we did see a record drop, and now we get to see Ferris Kartumi try to chase it.
Yeah, so we did have a few drivers not make it out to this session 3 here. I noticed when I was doing the pit walk earlier, it's 65 degrees outside, but it definitely feels very warm. So this session might be a little bit slower as far as track conditions go. It's still possible that we might still see some drivers go a little bit faster though, depending on maybe if they've sorted out some issues with the car, or maybe perhaps Andy Hollis, who tends to find 2 seconds every time he goes on track, like in the CRX right here. So we'll see if anyone's able to go faster. Tony D, got a chance to talk to him. He's just out here. He thinks he has not too much time left on the table, so he's out here to have fun. We might see him sliding the car around the track.
Yeah, and we got some news on the Eagle Talon. What happened is it wasn't the power steering overheated, a belt snapped. And, you know, anyone that's owned a DSM knows that the belt routing on those cars is kind of silly. So they have a new belt. They're working their butts off right now to try to get it back out. They're hoping to make it out before this session ends. There's Carla's favorite right now, Devin Hoffman, starting a hot lap.
I try to not have favorites, but Devin Hoffman is really excited to be here. She's finding time almost every time she's out on track as well, and got the chance to speak with her during lunch, and she knows that there's time on the table, so she will be looking for all of that time as much as she can find. Right now she's currently sitting at a 226, so she is typically leading the class, or leading this session in group 3.
Yeah, and she is in the top 5 of street class. She told me during lunch that she really never thought there would be a day where here at Superlab Battle USA she's in the top 5 of able to make the shootout. Sadly, because like a lot of our competitors, her real job gets in the way, she will not be able to make the shootout, so she has to make her time in these next 2 sessions. On this STI. This is an IAG Performance VA chassis STI. They've put a lot of work into it. It has a lot of amazing parts, but it's not the parts that make the car, it's the development, it's the team behind it and the driver. They're in the 500-ish horsepower range. I couldn't get you an exact number. I'm sure if I asked, they'd tell me, but I know they're around 500 to 550. And she has just been getting used to the car, used to the brakes, doing everything she can to put down the fastest lap possible.
And we didn't get the chance to talk to Amir Bentatu, but we are hoping that he is looking to find more time here at the second half of the second day here. I know the last session was a little bit warm, so he went 2/10 off of his fastest lap of the event. However, we did see him, you know, we saw him get towed off track, and that was devastating. But his team got the car together, they fixed the problem with the suspension, and got him back on track without even missing a session. So hopefully he has this session, one more session, and then he will be eligible for the shootout at the end of the day. So he has 3 more opportunities to give Jackie Ding a run for his money.
But Jackie Ding also has opportunities to go faster than a 217. So Amir's 220, he set his 220 very early in the event, and you know, it was the time to chase. Christopher Mayfield did a 221 and Jackie Ding was sitting at a 22. After a very long and late night here, with help of multiple teams, IAG Performance, Devin Hoffman, they made sure that Jackie Ding's car was ready to come out, and you know, meanwhile he was rocking out in the hot pits waiting to go out, he laid down a 217.
Yeah, I'd have to say Jackie Ding is the most exciting person here to walk in pits. He's such a character. He's singing, he's dancing, he's having a good time out here. He listens to some strange music. He told me what it was and I already forgot. But listen, guys, I mean, this guy, he's a young driver, but he's come a long way in such a short amount of time, and he's already resetting his own records and just really giving us a strong performance here.
Yeah, young driver, but I mean, he's been in and behind the wheel since long before any of us thought we'd want to drive race cars. He did have a Formula career. I'm not quite sure which kind of Formula car, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know, but the driving Formula cars, just the amount of training and effort that goes into that really helped him get into a regular car in time attack. But that also showed why he would over push his S2000. He would go slower than he possibly could because he'd be pushing the car a little too hard because he had the confidence of that. So he's learned to tone it down, pull it back a little bit. He as a person has matured leaps and bounds since the day I met him. We have these conversations a lot. Jackie to me was never a bad person. He was just, a young person who was trying to figure things out. And, for how young he is, he's so mature for what he does, and his driving style shows that.
Cody D clocking in at 2:29.2. He's about 2 seconds off his fastest lap time of the event, and it seems like around the other drivers here tend to be about 1 to 3 seconds off their fastest lap time. So the track conditions definitely are warmer during this session here, but we actually might see the Mustang GT. I don't know what their current lap time is. I believe it was in the 28, so maybe we can see them drop down below the 30 mark range here, since they've had a few issues with the car, but it seems like the car is pretty happy right now.
Yeah, and you can see this Ford Focus RS really being thrown around. She's bouncing a bit, but he's transferring the weight as hard as he can. He's pushing the car, and you know what? That's why we're here. This is a street class Ford Focus RS. I believe that's Jamie Santos there in car number 24, and his fastest time so far is a 2:32.812. So let's see what kind of time he can lay down in this session. Carla is right. The weather says that it is 64 degrees outside. And you know what? If you are standing in the shade, it is 64 degrees outside. I was sitting on the other side of the building while Carla did the pit walk this year, and I was getting kind of cold, but she came back and you could tell it was warm. I went to the hot pit side and I said, I definitely would not want to be part of that.
Yes, it's definitely warm in the sun here at least, and most of the track tends to be warmer, but there are a few sections of the track that notably are sometimes a little bit colder than others. So, but overall it seems like the track conditions are a little bit slower in this session.
Well, and this is where it really comes down to having a car that's set up and ready. And anyone you talk to, depending on what time the event runs, every event's different, but here in Texas, at the time that we run, your best sessions are always going to be the first 2 sessions. It's going to get warmer throughout the day. The sun is going to be beating down on the track. So it's not just about the ambient temperature, but it's also about the track temperature. And the hotter the track is, the worse it is for your tires, for your engine, for the car. This right here is Andy Hollis. He has been laying down clean laps all event. I think his fastest time so far is a 30. Yes, it's a 2:30.729 in that K24 Honda CRX. So this is a really well-known driver over here. He's really doing a great job. For those of you who are just joining us, we have had quite an eventful event, an eventful race so far. Quite a few records have dropped. I believe 7 so far. We have 7 records dropped. 2 records in Enthusiast, Mary Valdez with a 238.417 in Enthusiast front-wheel drive, and Thomas Thompson with a 230.330 in Enthusiast rear-wheel drive. That's a little less than 2 seconds off the overall Enthusiast for Mr. Thompson. Limited class, we had 1 record drop. That's going to be Eric Fleming with the limited rear-wheel drive record. That was held by Ferris Kartoumi, so it just went from one Z06 to another. We have Ryan Dussex and Nick Steniford taking the Pro Comp all-wheel drive record at a 228.445. We have Justin Bayless and Tony Zerka taking the Pro Comp rear-wheel drive record at a 226.608. Obviously, like we were talking, Jackie Ding beat his own record by 5 seconds with a 217.341. Cole Pallison and Kyle Schick, they beat their record by about a second with a 206.432 while coasting down the front straight. And Ferris Kartoumi with a 208.653, resetting the unlimited rear-wheel drive record. He's looking to win this event overall. We do think he can do it. He knows the time he has to beat because we're probably not going to see Cole come back out with the Life Motorsports GTR. So he needs to take about 2.23 seconds off of his lap. And if he can do that, this event's his. This event's his.
Okay, so what's interesting here, Tony D. Okay, I was just talking to him, and he said that he didn't think there was time left on the table, and I was just talking about the track conditions being hotter, but he actually beat his best time so far for the event by 0.06 of a second. He's now sitting at a 227.603. And also, Jaime Santos also found a little bit of time faster than his current fastest time for the event. So now he's sitting at a 232.163.
Well, and that's what you find. The track's not optimal, but that doesn't mean that the drivers found their optimal laps during the track when it was perfect. That's actually, you feel it as almost like a win and loss, you know? Dang, I went faster, but in your head you're like, but what if I'd have set down this lap when the conditions were perfect? What kind of lap would it have been?
Right, yeah. So it's great to see, you know, drivers are finding improvements here and there. So if they're putting down faster lap times right now in these warmer conditions, they're definitely driving faster. So Tony D right there on the screen on that 911S, he has found a little bit of time. Looks like he might be doing a cool down lap now that he has gone a little bit faster.
Well, you know, Tony D, he's actually just a really happy-go-lucky guy. You had a chance to talk to him. I talked to him on Thursday, and actually I talked to him on Friday. And, you know, he's a real happy guy. He's glad to be here. He's glad to run. He knows that he's going to push his car as hard as he possibly can and hopefully come back next year with something a little bit more competitive. So according to like the entire internet, Jackie's music is from an anime. It's like the opening music from an anime I'm not going to mention because I don't want to get copyright infringed over here. Funny enough, I think that music could have infringed us, but it's not going to because it's so hard to understand in the first place.
Whatever makes you happy, Jackie.
Jackie Ding lives in an anime, but wouldn't it have been better if he opened with some Initial D music? He's famous for owning an 86.
That's true. That is very true. So actually, also in that Mustang GT, Sean Fair and David Lung, they found time in that as well. So now they're sitting at a 231.310. That's currently their fastest lap time of the event.
Yeah, and you know what, Justin Bayless, he's been working out issues with his golf this whole event. Last session, he pulled 4 seconds off his fastest lap. So, unsure who's driving. My guess is it's going to be Justin. Could be Tony, might be Justin, who knows. But he's going to try and go as fast as he can. If he has the opportunity to go faster than a 226, he'll take it. To him, it doesn't matter what it is. This is a Honda-powered Golf. It's an F-Series powered Golf. So this has a Honda S2000 engine, has a Ford rear end, has a 4-speed dog box, it has a Miata subframe front and rear, it has Miata suspension, it has everything off of every car you could think of.
Also, Andy Hollis in that CRX, which is in street class, he was able to get almost to his current fastest lap time of the event. He's only 0.2 of a second off his fastest.
And if you're wondering why they're in that box, that's the black flag box. If you get black flag during a session, you have to come in and talk to a steward from the track so they can tell you what happened. You know, maybe you went off, maybe you had debris coming off your car, maybe you're throwing fluid, maybe you just did something that they needed to know. So here at Super Lap Battle 2021, it's not just about the racing. It's not just about the time attack. We have two forms of racing on the main track here. We have Super Lap Battle, which is a time attack series. We have Gridlife Touring Cup. At the Cota facility, we have a full go-kart track, which is a miniature version of the Cota track that you, as any spectator fan, can go rent and run. We also have Lone Star Drift. They are doing a complete drift demo. They were here both days, Saturday and Sunday. They're giving ride-alongs, and honestly, the level of quality of these drift cars and drivers is incredible. On top of Lone Star Drift, we have the Just Vibes car show. This is day 2 of the car show. They have brought amazing cars, great fans, booths, a whole bunch of people here. Quite a few food trucks out here. You see the 2 main food trucks along with the food trucks of the car show. So obviously everything is separated. We can't have a million cars parked next to each other due to COVID, so we have to use as much of the area as possible and separate the cars and the fans. But we're doing everything we can here to have a great event in Texas so everyone knows what's going on.
And there's also COVID testing and COVID vaccinations happening at the facility as well. So there's a little bit of everything. If you're in Texas and you're eligible for the vaccine or you'd like to get tested for COVID, this is the best place to do it, because while you're here, you can come to the event and you can do multiple things at once. Look at this. It's almost like waiting in line for Disneyland. Like you can come here and get your shot and then come enjoy yourself for the rest of the day and watch some time attack and racing. There's still another race for GLTC. Check out the car show and also ride along in a drift car. So it's a great day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's not just you're stuck watching or doing one thing. Obviously, Carla and I, we're time attack people. We love it. Carla is also a Little Wheel person. She races in quite a few Little Wheel series herself. No one has anything against the car show. I mean, let's be real here. We've all gone to a million car shows. And whether you like drifting or dislike drifting, watching these guys out here doing what they love is always great. And if you think you don't like it, go sit passenger in one and tell me afterwards if you didn't have fun.
Yeah, well, as long as you're not prone to getting motion sickness, then I think it would be a good time. If you get motion sickness like I do, I don't think you might not have as good of a time. But hey, you know what? There's a lot of people out here. Look, you can see everyone enjoying the drift show and the Lone Star Drift event that's been with us since the beginning.
No, absolutely. And it's really funny that Carla brought up motion sickness, because she told me a story about while her plane was landing, how there was a lady on the plane that let the yak loose, and I'm starting to think that it was her asking for a friend.
It was actually not me.
Yeah. So she says.
All right, guys. So we are just about to get started for our Group 2, Session 3.
Yeah, let's see if we can. I hope that we got an in-car. We had a few people we were interested in if they're able to make it out. This right here is the Cota safety crew pulling off a drift car. Not only do they pull off our cars, they pull off the drift cars.
Huge shout out to them. They have been working really hard for us this event, and man, they are so quick at their job. Within a few minutes, no matter where the car is broken down on track, they just get them off track and back into the pits within 3-4 minutes tops.
Well, I bet you he had that car off in 30 seconds from the paddock. We had cars stuck in the gravel, 3.5 minutes, I believe it was out. Even Amir's car, when the suspension damage happened, they had him on a flatbed and off the track in under 5. And here you go, guys. These are our standings right now. This is where we stand as it sits. We have Thomas Thompson leading Enthusiast class, being followed closely by Jonathan Wheeler, did a 33.5. I missed that. You missed that. We missed that. Mary Valdez sitting at a 38.4. Kay and Ding actually in that last session did a 39.3, so he's trying as hard as he can. We're talking about Jackie Ding with his 217 beating his record from last year by 5 seconds. Also wanting to go one up on Amir because they're 1-1 in wins and losses versus each other. Chris Mayfield is the other person who's pushing hard. Eric Fleming reset the record in limited rear-wheel drive, so he is leading, followed by Will Hardman in that AMG GT. Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober are so close to Will Hardman, and then Ravi Mirage in the LS-powered BRZ. Honorable mention for Will Dries and Corey Wells to be able to get their car fixed and back on track. Cole Powelson, Kyle Schick reset their overall record with a 2:06.432. Ferris Khartoumi is knocking on the door, 2.2 seconds away from being able to take that back. Cable Rosenberg, last time out on track, did a 2:13.9. And this is your Pro Comp class, guys. Justin Bayless with the 2:26.6, Ryan Dussex with the 2:28.4, and then Nick Bright with a 2:41.5. We got cars out on a warm-up lap, so they're going to be starting their flyers soon, so let's get a little drifting action. That is the third C6 Corvette, so there's a blue one, there's a black one, and now there's a red one out on the drift. No, so blue, silver, red out on the drift paddock. We have more Corvettes drifting than on track.
That's not something you see every day, but it might be a sign of what's to come in the future. But the Corvettes that we do have here with us are definitely wicked fast, and at the tops of their classes, or towards the tops of their classes, Ferris Khartoumi, of course, an unlimited class. And also in limited class, Eric Fleming with his Z06 is also leading limited class as well.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this is that's the McLaren 650R, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to be Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober. I saw a blue car from up above. I was hoping the R stands for Race Camaro. This car is what seems a little over half a second from second place. It is right behind that AMG GT. And when you ask yourself, you'd think a McLaren would be ahead. The AMG GT is actually a well-known race chassis. It races in multiple series. It makes a lot of power. It's a heavy girl, but it doesn't feel like a heavy girl. And here at Cota, where it's all about high-speed cornering, there's a few low-speed corners, but Carlo will tell you, having a long wheelbase heavy car is definitely an advantage.
Yeah, especially when it comes to these high-speed sweepers like you see often at Cota. And, Thomas Thompson, he definitely knows how to drive. I mean, you can see him wheeling that ATS-V all weekend as well, and now he's sitting at the top of Enthusiast class, resetting his own record. So, it's great to see him in this car. It's something so drastically different between the two cars that he's piloting this weekend.
No, absolutely, and he's sharing this car with Zachary Sober, who's a fellow competitor. He took first place the first year of Enthusiast class in his Subaru. Lost second year, I believe he took second to Jensen Little in Jensen Little's Evo. So I don't know how he convinced Thomas Thompson to drive this car. Let's be real with each other here. But these two, they're both great drivers. They know what they're doing. And, all of that just equals fast lap time. So you can't be mad at it. You can't be upset with what they're doing. Evo is back out. We've seen this car has a few issues here and there, but this Evo's back out.
Yep, Tim Shepner behind the wheel there in limited class, all-wheel drive. They've been working really hard with that car, sorting out small little hiccups here and there with the car, but it seemed that it was happier today. It's hard for me to tell right now because it's kind of early in his lap, but hopefully the car's still happy and maybe we'll even see him go a little bit faster.
No, absolutely. I don't doubt it. And, okay, so this right here, this is the car sitting in third in street class. This has to be the most basic of street class cars. It's a basically stock motor. Carlo will give you the chassis.
E92 M3.
E92 M3 with a supercharger and an amazing driver. He did a good job of building the splitter to the rule set. It's 5 inches from the furthest front body point of the car. His wing is the same. It's built to the rule set. Some side splitters, but overall, this is just an amazing driver. Someone who has won, oh, there we go, a 223. So he's at a 221. The track is definitely slower because someone like Christopher Mayfield is going to get the most out of the car in the conditions. He's won NASA national championships. He's won autocross nationals. So he has amazing with car control, and he's someone that can try and get the most out of the car.
And he's also been extremely consistent this entire event. So if he's a couple seconds off of his normal pace, you can definitely tell that that's a good indication of how the track conditions are at this moment.
Yeah, and you know, it was funny. On Tech Day, I was talking to him, and obviously he tells me he's an autocross champion, and you know, you could see he had the look on his face like I was going to make fun of him for parking lot racing. And I said, look, it's you get autocross people who are at the highest level get on the track and naturally fast. And he made such a good point. You know, when you've been autocrossing at that level, where to win you have to beat someone by 1,000th, and the top 10 are within 5/10. It just gives you a level of car control you cannot understand. So he told me, he's like, the first time he went from an autocross champion to on track, he took a corner too fast. The car was sideways at 90, and it's all natural. The correction, you're not overcorrecting. You'll see him when he's completely sideways on track, the car never snaps. He brings it back to straight, and he just continues on with his lap.
And actually, we have seen Tim Scheffner find his fastest lap time of the session in that Evo 9. He went 1.1 seconds faster, and he's now sitting at a 224.562.
I was going to say, he was in the 25s or 26s, so they're definitely getting this car sorted out. This car's had some issues here and there, and, you know, truth be told, he has been working on it, and this is a car we've seen at other events. It's something we don't see very often. I wish we could see this car more, but truth be told, it's hard to ask competitors to take time and money to make it to every event, so we love everyone that does. But he came all the way out here, and he wants to make sure he has the best showing he can have. And this is Mr. McInnes here in that GT3 RS. This is another beautiful car. He came here with the guys from Life Motorsports. It was actually it was nerve-wracking for him because he came for practice, and the Life guys were still tuning their car in Dallas at T1, and no one had a center lock for him to swap his wheels because he did not want to ruin his street tires to go out and practice. He actually drove, found someone with a center lock and the lug and everything, and swapped his wheels out to be able to come out and run on practice. Obviously, they would have been here for race day, but he wanted to get that practice time in.
And the practice time has definitely helped him. He's definitely one of the faster cars here on track, with a 222.799 is currently his fastest lap time so far.
No, absolutely. And same thing, you know, he's running a 222. He's running a 225 right now. These are people who know how to drive, okay? So, you know, 3-second delta is probably not the track giving it to him, but when the track's not optimal, it's so much easier to make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, they compound off one another, so. The good thing about Chris Mayfield's car is it's obviously built to run. I do know a thing or two about these BMWs. I work on them from time to time, and a lot of these cars, when you throw a boost at them, they have heating issues on track. You know what I mean? You can't just throw a supercharger on it and then run 20 laps in a row. So he's had time with this car. He didn't just slap it together for the event. He's had time. This car is running fantastic.
Yeah, and it's great to see him out here. I know that this is his first event with us, but he is currently sitting third place on street class podium, so that really says a lot about him as a driver. And I took a look at his car during lunch, and he's definitely on the same set of tires that he was on yesterday, but he's out there, he's still turning laps and going fast and relatively consistent time. So it's great to see that as a fellow driver.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know what I mean? And there's nothing better than seeing someone really push themselves like that. The one thing is, you know, that Chris wants to be on the podium. His whole goal was to podium here. So everyone outside of this state and everyone I've talked to was like, hey, just so you know, Chris Mayfield's probably going to podium at this event. I'd never heard of him. I didn't know who he was. So I did some research, found his name, found some things he did. And then I talked to him during tech, and, you know, he's a very humble guy. He's like, I'm probably not going to have the time delta to podium, but I'm going to try my hardest. First lap on the first day, 221, broke last year's record.
And that is exactly what I like to see out here.
194. That's going to be Chris Mayfield, and he probably got black flagged for 4 off, or truth be told, Cota is very strict. You're not supposed to drift on their track. I'm not saying that's why he got black flagged, but if you're holding opposite lock and wide open throttle through a corner, they're going to bring you in.
Ravi Mirage has almost matched his fastest lap time of the event. He's only 0.2 of a second off of his fastest lap time in that LS-powered BRZ. So that's interesting to see because it is warmer right now. So that means that he's actually driving a little bit faster. So that might be a car that we see at the end of the day find even more time, maybe even to the low 22s.
No, honestly, it's in. What I love about this is Schepner, he keeps pushing hard. I think we're going to see him before this event's over get in the 23s, maybe even the 22s. The car looks really planted. They do a fantastic job of setting their car up. It's just all about putting everything together.
And I see Gabriel Shadeed on the list here. So it looks like he was able to make it back out. I know that the car was on jack stands during lunch, and they were trying their best to get the car back together.
Yeah, and he did a 227.7. For those of you that don't know, Gabriel Shadeed is
He's in an E90 M3.
Beautiful 4-door grocery getter. He goes to the store after every event, brings me some groceries. And he was testing this car. This is the car he's been running with us for a long time, and he popped his motor. Carla's got the full story.
Yeah, so he blew an engine in testing just a couple of weeks prior to this event. So he also has another M3, which is his daily driver that became the donor car for the block that they threw into this car. Got the engine together, towed out here from Colorado, and he drove straight here. He didn't even sleep, showed up for the first day of the event, missed the first session because he was still barely arriving to the track, but he was able to clock in 224 yesterday, and after getting some sleep today, he's had more issues with the car, but he is back out here and he is staying strong.
No, and Gabe is the epitome of someone who's passionate about driving and passionate about running with us. Most people, when they pop a motor a few days before an event, are going to just call it. They're not going to steal the motor out of their daily. I have no idea what his wife thought about that. You know what I mean? Imagine you're testing, and the next thing you know, your wife's like, "Where are you taking the BMW? To the store?" And, the next thing you know, the M3's at the shop, and it doesn't come home, and you're towing to Texas. I'm pretty sure she put 2 and 2 together on that one.
Well, hopefully she doesn't mind and understands. And here's Chris Mayfield on the screen here. He did receive a black flag, so you do have to check in with the officials. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to feel like this has something to do with drifting, guys. Yeah, you can see it. Okay. So the official is smiling. We probably know he's not screaming, but you could see Chris pleading his case. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. The tires are loose. I'll go ahead and give you the subtitles. Hey, man, you can't drift on this track. Hey, bro, I get it, but I came in too much speed. Yeah, but 7 corners in a row, the car's fast. That's going to be the end of that one. I'm sure we'll see him sideways again and probably just not at such a supreme lock. For those of you that just joined us, the lap times that we have seen so far, the fastest of the event is going to be Cole at Life Motorsports with his 206. If you go back to the end of the last stream, it was a 203. But he broke his drive shaft coming around the last corner and coasted through the start-finish, coasted through the timing loop. What's left now is for Ferris Khartoumi to come out and lay down faster than a 206 to win this event. It's his to win. That's a lot of pressure. I know Ferris can handle it. Also, this is really good. I saw someone make a great point, and I love one thing. Ferris was pretty dominant everywhere he ran last year. Given he didn't run unlimited last year, he was running unlimited, but he was dominant. Everywhere he went, he basically won. So for him to show up somewhere and be on the back foot, it just gives you a different kind of push.
Yeah, definitely. And he has always been a top competitor at each and every event, and he is extremely dedicated to the sport. And every event that I've ever seen him out, he's just constantly doing his best. He never gives up. He's always reviewing data, looking for every little hair that's left in him as a driver and also as in the car as well.
Yeah, no, and it's really good here. We got Ravi Mirage leading it. So Ravi Mirage is leading this with his LS-powered BRZ. Chris Mayfield second in the group. Tim Shepner able to run a 2:23.6, so he picked up even more time. So he's going to continue to go fast. John McInnes at a 2:24.8. Thomas Thompson at a 2:25.532. So it's good to see these guys out there.
Yeah, and we received the checkered flag for Group 2, Session 3. So we're just about to start our Session 3 for Group 1. And I'm not sure if we'll see Ferris Kortumi come out. Do you think we'll see him drive?
I really hope so, but it's funny. I just got a message from Race Control. So the Race Control guy was talking to talking to Chris Mayfield. I'm reading it on my watch, by the way. Talking to Chris Mayfield about him driving on track, but also some of the older cars that he owned. They were having a full-on fun conversation afterwards. What was Black Flag floor, I couldn't tell you, but obviously Race Control is fun here. If you're not doing anything stupid, they're going to treat you well. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure they do appreciate the fun site with him getting a lot of oversteer around the course as well.
So, Carla, I have to know, this is the first year I didn't get to do it. How did you like that pit walk? Give me the breakdown.
I wish that, I think what happened here is, my voice is really quiet, so over the loudspeakers, perhaps the drivers didn't hear that I'm coming to talk to them. So, normally we would go down there and we would talk to the drivers, and hopefully my memory wasn't too bad about lap times and the names of the drivers in each car, but I think we're going to go ahead and stick with Cuban.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I threw that on her, guys. I do the pit walk every year. I'm the one that always goes out there. But it's not fair for you to always have to stare at me. And I'm just going to tell you, I think Carla did an amazing job. She may not be as forceful and willing to walk away from people as I am, but I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. I know she enjoyed it, even though deep down inside she still wants to cut me through this plastic. But no, I think it was great. To everyone that was here, that's great. Thanks for being out there. It was funny. This is actually the first year where they ended the pit walk and people weren't leaving. You know what I mean? Usually when the track gets on the loudspeaker and says pit walk over, people rush out, but they were still taking photos. I got to do something while you're on the pit walk that I didn't get to do last year. I'm going to show you my fanboy photo here. So Aaron Kaufman's here every year. I don't know if you saw him. I don't know if you know that. Aaron Kaufman from formerly of Gas Monkey Garage, but he helps Life. He drives Sierra cars with him all the time. So Aaron Kaufman and I got to give away a helmet design to Mary Valdez. So Mary Valdez set the front wheel drive record and won that $750 free helmet painting.
And this is actually her first Time Attack event, she told me.
Yeah, exactly.
So the drive from New York to come out here was definitely worth it for her.
So I got to take my fanboy photo with Aaron Kaufman, okay? So I'm pretty excited about that. I've actually met him 5 or 6 years now, but, this time I actually get to take a fanboy photo. So that was always fun.
Now I see why I got thrown into doing the pit walk so that you can go and take your fanboy photos. Great, thanks. Dude.
Yeah, no, it was actually awesome. I got to sit down and eat lunch for once on a Sunday. This is John McInnes' GT3. That's the Life team taking a look at it. He's checking tire temps. Is that Cole?
Looks like Cole.
It is Cole. Cole is out there setting records and then checking tire temps for his mate.
Well, he's definitely a good guy, and he's in good spirits now that they were able to put down almost a full lap, and at least they have a lap time here, which resets the lap time that they held 2 years ago. Last year they actually weren't able to complete an entire lap, so they weren't able to reset their overall record. However, this year, lots of celebrations happening tonight with that Life Motorsports team.
No, absolutely. And but it's only celebrations if they win. They're fun people, but it's only celebrations if they win.
That's very true. And Ferris Kortumi, is that him out front there?
It did look like him. And then we got Derek Boyd, the most loved Evo 10 that's ever ran with us. I will tell you, he's got some serious fans. I believe we were showing an in-car of another car, and right before we cut to the in-car, it was like 3 to 4 seconds of Derek Boyd, and then we got yelled at because all we gave him was 4 seconds. What I think we need is fans who are friends of drivers to send us checks to pay for separate in-cars for live streams. That way you can always watch your guys. Here we have some drifters tandem. It's going to be a VQ battle. That is a 4-door G, in case you didn't know, in the middle. Only reason I know is I work on them all the time, and I hate myself for it. This is Eric Fleming right here, who took a full second off his personal record. He had the unofficial at a 2:17.0, but he's at a 2:16.0 now. All right, guys, so we have all cars out. I believe that golf cart's coming out next. Sub 10-minute lap incoming. So if you guys ever see our drone jerking, I want to give you an explanation on that one. Our drone does about 70 miles an hour. Now, it is a production quality drone, but at no time during productions do you have to do 70. Well, when you are following time attack cars, you do. And the stabilizer for the camera sometimes just can't handle the amount of wind, depending on how high it is, the wind, and just overall, our drone driver is a badass.
Well, there's actually 3 people that it requires to operate the drone, so all 3 of them are definitely talented at operating that drone.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine having to forget flying the drone. Imagine having to be the camera guy. Dude's doing 70, cutting corners, and you got to try and keep up with a car. Everyone's blaming everyone else. Over here, I don't know what part of Cota we're at. I do see a camera person. This looks like media over here. So we have media taking photos of our drone, taking photos of them, taking photos of our drone.
It's a team effort here. But you know what I don't see, Kewin, is earlier when we had the Austin downtown sky view, there was that fire, and I think maybe they were able to get that.
I think you're correct. From this view, we had a view really quick where we were in the middle of a session, and there was a whole lot of black smoke. I mean, it was a serious amount. Here we have it, guys. Derek Boyd starting his first hot lap. Yeah, for those of you that haven't heard me say it about 10 times, 100 times, Derek Boyd's team made it up Pikes Peak last year. They had been trying for, I believe, 2 years before that. And, you know, it's there's always going to be someone on the internet that goes, well, they couldn't make it to the top. There's a reason it's the hardest, one of the hardest hill climbs in the world. The elevation change, the danger, how bumpy the road is. The road has become so bumpy that is breaking suspension components on the cars. And they made it up there, and they almost won their class. They lost to Dai by a few seconds. That's Dai Yoshihara. And they almost went sub 10. Dai did. So here's Eric Fleming in his very mild aero-built C6 Z06. Honestly, this car, if it was legal, could fit in street class, aero-wise. The A.J. Hartman wing pokes back a little too far, but we can change that with some stands.
Yeah, and it's crazy also because he is currently leading limited class overall in that Z06 as well. He's so close to a 215. He's at a 216.0.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just like drag racers will tell you they want to get into the 9s. That doesn't mean 9.0 means 9.9999. As long as they're in the 9s, they get to say they're in the 9s. Same thing here. At 216.0, he would have much preferred a 215.9 to be able to tell people that's where he was. I run 215s. You could tell, though, he is on a 295 square. He could run up to the 315 AO52, but it's a shorter tire because of the aspect ratio. So he runs a 295 to be able to have, you know, proper speed and all that. And he makes it work. These AO52s, number one, run much wider than stated, but number two, they have incredible grip. So he is getting a little bit of backwash there through entering the back straight. And you could tell that he's pushing it, and the track temperature, which I believe someone was asking what the track temperature was. I'll tell you, it is 68 degrees outside. This is the hottest it has been here all day for us.
Yeah, and that 68 sure feels great in the shade, but once you go out in the sun, you will feel that, man, it definitely has a warm 68. So it is definitely heating up the track surface a little bit. We have seen some of the lap times about 1 to 2 seconds slower, but we have seen a few drivers go and make their fastest lap time of the event despite the warmer conditions.
Yeah, so Derek Boyd just did a 217. His fastest event is a 215.8. So he's about a complete 2 seconds off. Let's see what Eric Fleming's at. He's someone that actually goes faster throughout the whole event. He'll tell you a 216.1. super consistent. He'll tell you the car has plenty left in it. He just has to drive better. And I love people like him saying he has to drive better, because when I saw him drive at Road Atlanta, he was wheeling this car in ways that I couldn't even explain. So for him to say he needs to drive better, that's a whole different level of being humble.
I think he actually is driving better right now, because he's at a 2:16.164. His fastest lap time is a 2:16.096. It's literally, I mean, just a hair off of his fastest lap time. So the fact that he's able to nearly run the same lap time despite the warmer conditions, in my opinion, I think he is driving better right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're totally right. The lap times wouldn't show it, but he's finding where the car is faster. And again, it's one of those boom losses. If he goes faster in the session, what if he put all that together 2 sessions ago?
Well, he still has the last session of the day, and then he will also be eligible for the shootout at the end of the day. So typically what we'll see at the end of the day is there's much nicer conditions, and sometimes we do see records fall at the very end of the day.
Yes, ma'am. We have seen it before. I'm sure we'll see it again. We have Dan Kroll in the IAG Performance STI. His fastest time is a 2:18.984. I believe he was coming in with a time last year of 2:22 or 2:24. So he himself has picked up 4 to 6 seconds over his time last year. So they're continuing to develop that car and develop his driving. And again, same thing as Devin Hoffman. They're just continuing to go faster every time they come out.
But also something to note about that team as a whole. As you can tell, I mean, the cars are out there every session, and a lot of times they're out almost the entire session. So they're just out there turning laps, which means that, you know, the cars are really reliable for the most part, and the drivers are given the opportunity to continue to work on their strategies and find hairs every turn, you know, as best as that they can.
No, absolutely. And it looks like Derek Boyd's Evo is pulling over. This is where cars pull over when they're raced to high-five their teams, but I have a feeling that is not why. You know, he came to a slowdown and immediately pulled across track. Maybe he was afraid of A, he was throwing fluid, or B, he just wanted to make sure he was offline. Breaking down on a straightaway is the best-case scenario for every other competitor. This is a great driver. He didn't just pull to the right where it's actually unsafe. He pulled all the way to the inside where no car is going to drive by. So if you wanted a good example of how fast the drone is, he was exiting a low-speed corner. When the drone is doing 70, it was actually pulling away from Eric until Eric started to get on the gas. Now, I feel like Eric's on a cooldown lap, so he's going to run 7/10. But there's no problem with that whatsoever. This just shows you, like, hey, this drone, it jams. We are going to have a standing yellow here, but, you know, short of safety having to go across the track, this standing yellow is not going to get in the way of any competitor's lap. They are completely on the inside past the timing loop. So once a competitor comes around, they're going to stay wide. They're going to continue on. Hopefully this truck doesn't stay next to him for too long.
And we are checking out the car show here. It's going on from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. today, and we've had a lot of people come out just for the car show, and now they're interested in the time attack and also the races that we have going on.
Yeah, and look at that. I mean, that car looks like it belongs in Texas. It's got drag radials on the back. It probably has a good amount of mods. I'm not even saying this is a negative. You always see people doing freeway pulls, high horsepower cars, huge burnouts. Every time you see it, they have Texas plates. So I don't mean to be that guy. But when I come out here, I expect there to be like 20,000 horsepower of cars on the freeway, and there's not. They must do it at night where I don't know. I can tell you, though, the build quality on these cars is pretty high. The looks, obviously, if you're not into a show car, it's very hard to appreciate every little thing that goes into it. But when you're talking about polishing 250 nuts and bolts in your engine bay, when you're talking about polishing every single nut on your three-piece wheels, my friend built show cars. He loves going to events. He was big in AutoCon and all that stuff back in the day. I kid you not, he'd spent a whole week of polishing his car and then having it re-detailed the day before.
And That's a lot of patience that it definitely would take to be able to do that. You know, as much as I have an appreciation for it, I'm not sure that I have that level of patience myself. So I do appreciate the people out there that have that kind of patience. That almost looked like a Del Sol.
It looked like a convertible S13.
Okay, I guess
I'll tell you, I got a last glimpse of it. I was looking at lap times from earlier, so I may be wrong, but yeah, it does look like a Del Sol. That does look like a Del Sol, right?
And he Drift Life lost his front bumper.
It's all right. Only in
headlight.
drifting can you get out of the car on track and pick up your stuff. If you did this at Cota, they'd kick you out in about 0.34 seconds flat.
They would kick you out faster than they tow cars off track.
Speaking of towing cars off track, here's my guess. My guess is he's going to come all the way up to the top of the hill, make this left, and then find an access road immediately. That's the one thing I love about this. Ooh, downhill. That's a slingshot right there. That was Ricky Bobby. The best part about this track is when he comes down this hill, there's going to be an access road he can leave. The downside of a lot of local tracks we run is they got to pull you all the way around the track. And, you know, figure if the lap time of a track stand is average between 1 minute, 50 seconds, 2 minutes, and 10 seconds. That's at full tilt, right? You know how long it takes to tow a car around a track?
Yeah, it definitely takes a long time, and man, whenever you're the person in the car that has broken down, it seems like a lifetime, especially if it's hot. Oof. Yeah, so I've been there, obviously,
Yeah.
and so has every other driver.
You get some air conditioning in that car, girl.
You know, that wouldn't be a bad idea. I wish I could.
Some NACA ducks. Oh, it doesn't matter when you're not moving. Never mind. So here's what we do have, though. We have the drift paddock. Obviously, there's not going to be anyone on the side you see, but there has been a steady stream of fans while we have that car. See, look at that car control. We'll just cut the inside right here. We have had a steady stream of fans out here. These guys are giving ride-alongs. I believe it's 2 laps around this is the ride-along. And I know for a fact a few people have been going in multiple different cars. They just want to go. This looks like an Evo. Looks like an Evo 7, to be honest with you. Evo 6. That's gorgeous. Only in Texas. Let's see the back of this car. Let me see what we got going on. This is a right-hand drive car. I'm pretty positive it's not going to be a conversion. But yeah, this looks like a Evo 6. Evo 5. Man. The best part about the Evo is the body style is, you know, the same look no matter what chassis you look at until you get to the Evo 10, which is a monster. But all the early Evos, but they all come with the 4G63. They're all amazing cars, and the quality of this build is very high. This man loves his Evo. The wide body is nice. I couldn't tell you who makes this wide body. I have been out of that scene for far too long, but it is a dang looking kit. Dang good looking kit. Audi on air. Unless if he's static like that, much respect, but Audi on air. Look at that Hyundai. Someone drove that here today.
All right, guys, so we just got the checkered flag for Group 1, Session 3. Not too many cars showed up for this session. A lot of people are saving the cars for the last couple sessions of the day, but we did see Eric Fleming put down a 216.164, which is very close to his fastest overall. He's currently leading limited class, so he's definitely out there. I think he has a solid chance to go slightly faster at the end of the day, but now that we're receiving this checkered flag, we are getting ready to watch the next Gridlife GLTC race, so stay tuned for that. It's their last race of the day, so it should be quite exciting. So Cuban and I are going to go ahead and sign off for 20 minutes while the GLTC guys get ready for the race.
Super Lap Battle will return at 2:45 p.m., my guys. So in 30 minutes, we'll be back with the final sessions of the day to be followed by the Super Lap Battle. So we're going to hand it off to the GLTC boys. Go ahead and watch their final race of the day, and we'll be back with you soon.
4 15-minute sprint races define a normal race weekend for Gridlife Touring Cup, but this weekend has been anything other than normal. With its schedule primarily dotting the Midwestern region, a trip to Austin, Texas and Circuit of the Americas is far from home for many of the GLTC competitors. But for those who have made the journey, including last year's champion Eric Catil and runner-up Aaron Lichty, the 3.5-mile 20-turn GP circuit has been a tough one to conquer. Catil has finally set himself up for a chance to win after missing the first race and starting at the rear for races 2 and 3, and Lichty's domination in his frost-white Porsche Cayman will have to work a little bit harder than before, starting 8th after a race 3 inversion. Kyle Heyer alongside Tom O'Gorman for race number 4 of the weekend. Tom, we got one more 15-minute race. And this is all for all marbles. Everybody's going to be starting a little bit inverted from our race 3 finish.
Yeah, the race 4 inverts are always the best one to watch. If you're only watching one race, you pick the one. And we actually have Jeremy Swenson starting on pole in his first race weekend with GLTC in a silver C5 Corvette. We inverted the top 8 cars from the finishing order of race number 3. Alongside him will be Eric Meadows, who's had a relatively quiet weekend, kind of running in the 5th to 7th, 8th range there in that silver NC Miata. 2 super different cars, but they had a great battle there at the end of race number 3, and now they get to do it all over again at the front of the field for race 4.
And so one of the things that Jeremy Swenson has been chasing all weekend long is that he's been starting not deep in the field, but not at the pointy end either. And his car gets up off of corners so well that if he can get out and clear of turn number 1, he will probably be able to get a little bit of an advantage. But I'm looking at Eric Meadows on the outside of that front row as a guy that could potentially hang on to that lead or alongside Jeremy Swenson into the S's on that opening lap. That Miata is so fast through the twisty bits. So it's a pretty good matchup there at the front. But Aaron Lichty starts 8th. He's won all 3 races so far this weekend. He's going to be hard to beat even with that starting position. And Eric Catil, who finished 2nd after starting at the rear for race 3, has a little bit of an advantage on the runner-up from last year's championship.
Certainly does, and tends to be pretty bold in traffic as well. I think he'll get very creative. That Civic's going to be fun to watch coming to and through the S's specifically. That tends to be his strongest point on the track. But honestly, if you look at the top 8 cars that got inverted, as I said at the end of race number 3, I wouldn't be surprised if any one of these cars takes the win. And there's also one at the back. You can see at the far right of your frame, the black Miata of Luke McGrew seems to have his mechanical issues fixed. He believes it was actually wiring for what I think is the first time, not engine issues for the first time in that car. But looking down that top 8, Austin Hurdle will start on the outside of the second row. Jeremy Boysen's in there. Brian Heitcotter's in there. Then it's Emil Tab before we get to that duo of Lichty and Catil. And the good news for McGrew is all these cars are going to be battling. They're in the wrong order. He's going to have plenty of time to get back up to them.
There's so much mobility about to happen here. We've seen the previous 3 races of the weekend sort of gridded in a normal way. Race 2 was gridded by fastest lap from race 1. Race 3 was gridded by finishing position from race 2. And now race 4 is gridded by finishing position from the 3rd race with that top 8 inversion. Brian Heitcotter went nowhere. He finished 4th, starts 4th. He's going to have a good run up the hill towards turn 1. He's been quick on that initial launch up to that first corner, but hasn't really been confident enough in his brakes into turn 1 to make a move. I feel like he's confident enough now. He might be able to make a move into that first corner.
And that's the 370Z with the bright orange roof on the left side there. So they're coming through turn 19 to the green flag. 15 minutes of wheel-to-wheel action coming at you.
This field has waited for months through the cold and winter of the Midwest to come down to Austin in the sunny and bright weather and finally wrap up the weekend. The first of 2021. We'll race again at NCM Motorsports Park in April, but for Austin, Texas, and Cota, the GP circuit, it's the final race of the weekend for Gridlife Touring Cup. Jeremy Swenson's thunderous Corvette will take us to the green alongside Eric Meadows' Duratec Ford swap Miata. Green flag is going to be in the air here in just a moment. Poison on the outside, and then second row alongside Hurdle, and it's a long drag down to those starting lineup or the starting lights and the green flag. There it is. Green flag flies. We're racing officially. GLTC at Cota, right? Race 4.
Look at Swenson, cheeky with the low roll up to turn 1 in the green flag. He gets a nice jump, and so do all the cars with the rest of the torque. Look at Boysen in the RSX around the outside, side by side with newbie Austin Hurdle up the inside in that 370Z. That's a killer start up to second.
I think that Brian DeFries had to get on the clutch down there in turn 1. He was going so slow. Look at Boysen up to second place, and here comes Aaron Lichty. He went the long way around and made up a whole bunch of spots. Catil stuck in traffic behind a 3-wide situation. Really dicey there. Tab on the inside, Heitcotter on the outside.
Wow, that was was close between Meadows and the silver Miata, and Heitkotter there behind. But Lichty tends to be a little more conservative. He was feeling a little nervous starting in the middle of this pack, having been pretty much away from everybody all the time, and that's a killer start for that car. Eric Coutil cannot figure out a way past these cars. They're still almost 3 wide through turn 7 and 8, a massive curb hop.
Yeah, he took a big chunk of curb there, and he's been fighting some issues all weekend related to mechanical things breaking, but he's got the hybrid racing guys helping him out. To the outside now of Heitkotter down to turn 11. Lap 1 here, Tom. It's all sorts of chaos here in the braking zone. Tab on the binders to get by Emil Tab, but looks like Swenson's checking out for now.
He certainly is. I was going to say the same thing. And look who's joined the battle with Coutil. It's McGrew around the outside of Joel Morrison. Brian Heitkotter goes way wide through the grass. Coutil gets him on the acceleration down the back straightaway for the first time. Emil Tab in the white Miata is having a go at Eric Meadows up the road just a little bit, but a big sort. And Luke McGrew's making pretty good progress.
Yeah, I didn't see how that sort of formulated there as we watched that drag race between that 14 car, the white Miata, and the silver MX-5. I didn't see how they got into that situation, Tom, but you can't run wide and gain an advantage. I don't think Eric Coutil really gained any time there. I don't think they'll call that, but you can't run 4 tires off consistently. Look at Coutil, tried to go middle 3 wide, almost made it work. Door slam shut. Tab and Meadows almost had a hole there that Coutil wanted to explore. He couldn't get there. Now crosses over, takes a position, and here comes the hurdle car in the back of Boysen and Lichty ready to party for second.
Oh, around the outside, Coutil goes high on turn 15, and normally we say the front-wheel drive cars don't get off these corners very well, but he does not seem to be having that problem. Look at that thing. It's like it's got a turbo all of a sudden, just leaps ahead of Eric Meadows, and he's up into, I think, the top 5, but they have a little bit of track up ahead. We can't even see Jeremy Swenson anymore, so that's a second-place battle and a fifth-place battle forming.
We'll keep an eye and see if Swenson gets run back down behind Eric Coutil. It is a hornet's nest behind Meadows. Tab and Heitkotter has recovered after that big slide. The 3 cars wide at the exit all the way over the rumbles. Heitkotter had a look at Tab. Here comes McGrew from the back of the grid. Where did he come from? Charging through the field in that Duratec Miata. Here he comes. Big slide for Meadows at corner exit. Lap 1 complete, and it's all sorts of chaos at the front of the field.
The torque of the 370Z makes up for any conservation on the brakes. Again, no ABS functioning in that car. McGrew has the ABS. You saw how that worked out for him. They're 2x2 up the hill, and then an attack for second. Austin Hurdle tries the high side around turn 1. Over under, it's Jeremy Boysen. Can he get the run down the hill? Not quite.
Doesn't look like he does. Meanwhile, Heitkotter trying to defend the inside from Luke McGrew. McGrew goes the long way around in the first corner, gets a spot. He's got that car tacked up, and it is flying right now. His teammate in front of him, his friend from West Virginia, or the West Virginian crew, but Eric Meadows is actually not from West Virginia. I think he's one of the only guys that's not, but they're line astern now and right on top of each other as they've got Tab that's next on the hit list. Look at Coutil now closing in on Lichty.
He's going to surprise him up the inside. This is his favorite move. He's made comments about how many times he's tried it. It works once more. He closes the door on Lichty easily, and we should have mentioned earlier on, Coutil, with as bad a weekend as he had, did set the fastest lap and new track record of GLTC here at Cota in race number 3. So that thing is back and on full song. He has easily cruised past and pulled away from Aaron Lichty, who might be struggling with the higher temps here in this final race of the day. Coutil is really on the back of Austin Hurdle, who had some serious tire problems by the end of race 3. Does it again. Look at the big slide.
Huge slide, and he goes over left. Coutil goes the long way around, and they're going to drag race now. This is a Honda Civic versus a Nissan 370Z. Now remember that Civic motor, or it's not really a Civic motor anymore. It's a K24, I believe, that's in that car. And now alongside the V6 rumbling in that 370, and here comes the Aaron Lichty machine, that Porsche Cayman. It's been rock solid out front all weekend long, but now he's on the attack.
Almost 3 wide. Hurdle in the middle once again. Last time they were in this position, Eric Coutil had a little bit of contact and ended up off the track. This time they keep it clean. Coutil picks up the position from Hurdle. Lichty backs out just a little bit, and that's gifted Jeremy Boysen probably 3 or 4 more corners worth of breathing before Eric Coutil runs him down, because that car seems unstoppable right now.
Joel Morrison in the background slow, so he might have a mechanical issue in that green and black S2000, but he's still sort of up to pace. We saw Aaron Lichty almost get into the quarter panel of Hurdle there, so he was smart to back out of that. That would have been a little bit too late for me. Out front, though, can Swenson run away from the charging Coutil? I don't think he's going to have enough time to stay out front. Coutil's flying right now, but there are cars between him and that race leader.
Yeah, it's going to be close. We're closing in on about 10 minutes to go in this race, and he's going to have to make quick work of Jeremy Boysen. He's already caught, and look, to the back bumper is Eric Coutil, trying to salvage the weekend with a win here in race number 4.
Now drag race up the front straightaway. Start a lap over again, 3.5 miles till we'll see the next one, and he's in the slipstream. That RSX is a big car. Coutil's sits very, very low to the ground, aerodynamically super efficient. but Poison going to go defensive into the first corner. Over-under setting up here for Catil.
Already feeling that pressure. He went straight to the center as he did last lap. It fended off Austin Hurdle this time, but Catil looks like he's going to slice up the inside of turn 2. Poison makes easy work of it, doesn't even push the issue. Almost seemed like he lifted to make sure that Catil could get by and set sail. I think maybe Jeremy Poison knew he wasn't catching Swenson, but Catil might be able to.
There's Dyson Pham and Nick Steniford and S2000's running nose to tail down the hill towards turn 1, but Poison in that number 99 and Austin Hurdle in the 34 car. They're battling for position behind Catil, but that's now for third place that they're all scrapping about. And Aaron Lichty in the background in that Cayman is there, and Luke McGrew is not too far back either. Seems like his pace has sort of fallen off just a little bit, but we're still a long way from home.
I was going to say he's to continue to knife up through the traffic. Brian Heitkotter is the one whose pace seems a little rough as he has fallen off the back of that train that is now third on back. So Poison in the black RSX third, and then Hurdle on down, working their way onto the back straightaway. We're coming to right around midpoint of this race.
So can Jeremy Swenson outrun the charging number 82, the season champion from last year? He won 8 races, Eric Catil did, and won the championship by 4 points back at Gingerman in October. And here comes Luke McGrew powering up alongside Emil Tab's Honda-powered Mazda Miata. Drag race to the turn 12 area, and McGrew should have this spot here.
Ford versus Honda, but now it's all Mazda brakes, and they're dead even nose to nose on the turn-in point. McGrew with the preferred line hops the curb, leaves a little bit of space in case Emil pushed the issue around the outside. He did not. They're going to slow it in order, and then look at this battle for third. Hurdle has found the way around the outside, puts the power down in the 370s. He uses that torque to pull across the nose of Jeremy Poison. McGrew already aggressive on the inside of Aaron Lichty in the white Cayman.
Lichty will leave him plenty of space. McGrew onto that spot in turn 15 for the race lead. Here's Swenson in that thundering Corvette. Eric Catil behind him in a buzzing Honda, but he is coming and coming fast through the carousel. Triple Apex right-hander. Battle for the lead in GLTC.
I have to imagine this is going to be quick work, but that torque of that Corvette should at least make it a little bit easier. Over under makes a little bit of a lunge up the inside, checks the brake pedal. You see the brake lights flash and lunges. No ABS in that car, but he makes it work anyway to the lead from 7th place on the grid. This is going to feel a little sweet if he can bring it home after the weekend he's had.
Defenseless. Jeremy Swenson could not hold off that Honda Civic. Two very different ideologies on how to go fast. You got a bunch of torque and not a whole lot of aero. He's going to use that advantage there on the straightaway, potentially to have a run up the inside, but Catil's car is fast, and it's got a bunch of downforce to go with it.
This is a heck of a battle. Dyson Pham, Nick Steniford, and George Costin-Bardis down there at the back of the field, but still battling strong. And then this string of cars that have not really separated out. Honestly, check out Austin Hurdle starting to close in on Jeremy Swenson. We saw Hurdle have tire problems in the race number 3. Swenson might be hurting right now.
I'm keeping an eye on Hurdle because he was one of the quickest cars all weekend up to the racing. Here, Dyson Pham is a little slow. Nick Steniford will go on by, so Pham pulled out of line. Not sure if there's an issue for that S2000. Poison holding up the train. He's the cork in the bottle here as Lichty tries to get around because he's got McGrew right behind him, making big work of those mirrors. Up the hill, there's Swenson struggling now. Hurdle's going to try to cross over. Big power slide with the torque out of that car.
McGrew lunged up the inside of Lichty in the background while we were watching that big slide. Those guys are really pushing hard now as Swenson has issues.
Yeah, he's got a problem. He's slow, and he's pulling off to the left-hand side of the racetrack, letting the field on by. Look at these 4 cars on top of each other into turn 11. McGrew is through Lichty. A little awkward down there at turn 11 as they try to get things sorted out, but Hurdle is through and into 2nd place. Catil is taking that time and opportunity to just drive away.
Look at Heitkotter, a late charge all of a sudden on the back of Emil Tab. That car is coming alive here in the later stages of this race. Aaron Lichty having a look back on Luke McGrew. Did not like that lunge that he made at turn 9. Wants the position back at turn 12, but I was going to say McGrew has charged from the back and is in, I would say, contention for a podium here. Tries the outside Mazda. Great on the brakes, swings the momentum and keeps the position for now.
Around the outside, made it stick. Now turn 13 is back to the right, so this should be an advantage for the Miata. Look at Heitkotter up the outside on the brakes, trying to battle Emil Tab. These two have tangoed all weekend long, and they're going to do it again for the last couple laps of this one.
We should say it's 70 degrees here in Austin, Texas. Not a cloud in the sky. This is the hottest the track has ever been for these drivers, and some of the cars with a little more weight are starting to show signs of wear, but not one of them is Austin Hurdle this time. He's managed that car much better and is doing a fantastic job. McGrew has broken free from Aaron Lichty, but Brian Heitkotter is making himself a major nuisance on the back of Emil Tab in the last 5 minutes of this one.
Chris Forsberg Racing versus the winning formula. We'll see if the new CFR build can get past this MX-5. Look out to the left into turn 20, backs out. Look at Tab way late on the brakes there. He's got ABS in this car this season, and it's working out great. Now on the tail of his teammate in that Porsche Cayman, and use that slipstream up the front straight to help this car out and compete with that 370.
Probably better of a quarter-ton difference between those two cars in overall curb weight, but the 370Z is meant to carry it. We're going to keep an eye out for a white flag so we aren't surprised by the checker this time, but things streaming across the start-finish line, I think for the first time single file.
Yeah, they finally started to sort out, or some semblance of sorting. Eric Catil just ran the race high, 2:31.6. Look at Luke McGrew on the back of Boysen. That's for third. As a look
to make it work.
Through the left-hander, Boysen's going to stay tucked to the right, jumps the curb on the right, can't make it stick, though McGrew threw into a podium spot from the back of the grid.
Lichty's not going to have the end of that one, though. Runs a little bit wide. This is the section of the track where the Cayman really struggles. It does not have enough front end for these long, sweeping S's. The transitions are okay, but once it gets into turn 6, 7, 8, and 9, he says that thing is just not happy. So you can see how much time he loses in that section of the track, but someone who's not losing as much time as Eric Catil. He was over 2 seconds slower than his best lap in race number 3 now, so that just examples how hot it is now.
Aaron Lichty looked like he was driving a school bus through the S's. That Porsche, which would typically be considered a pretty lightweight sports car, is very, very heavy for GLTC, and it struggles there. Emil Tab power slide on exit, grabs the exit curbing, and now Brian Heitkotter sees that as a weakness. He's going to pop out driver's left, and look who's joined the party. Eric Meadows is back.
Eric Meadows is back in a late race charge. McGrew out of frame now. He's checked out of this one. Lichty with the motor.
Wow.
Just drives right by Jeremy Boysen, and Boysen's car is no slouch in a straight line. He's going to make quick work of this. Does Jeremy Boysen have an issue?
He might. He was a little off pace. I just think the Cayman is that good. It struggles. You saw how bad. We haven't had a camera on Lichty all weekend because he's been leading by 10 seconds, but now you got him in frame. You can really see how much he struggles in the fast and twisty bits and how great it is on the long straightaways. It's so diverse in terms of where it's good and where it's bad. A lot of these other cars are pretty good elsewhere around the track, but Lichty's is very peaky.
Behind them in the background, Brian Heitkotter made the move on Emil Tab, worked down into turn 12. He has the point, almost shows the nose on Jeremy Boysen, who's really starting to show signs of not having a lot of front tire left on that car. He's not getting off the corners as we would expect a front-wheel drive car to behave at this point in the race. He seems to be struggling on power down. Heitkotter is really getting aggressive, almost thinks about showing the nose in 19.
Backs out of it, thinks better of it. Now Heitkotter has finished 4th in races 2 and 3. That is his best finish in the series so far. Again, his first race of the series. Now here comes Eric Meadows up the inside on the winning Formula car of Emil Tab. He's through to position. Now Heitkotter on Boysen down the front straightaway.
You got to imagine the torque will be king as they come take the white flag. This is the final lap of race 4, our final journey around Circuit of the Americas in 2021 for GLTC. Heitkotter takes the position easily over Boysen. He's got a long way to go to catch Lichty. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, Lichty would be P4, so he would be able to tie his best finish of the weekend if Heitkotter could get there. But look at Eric Meadows on the back of Boysen now. He's become the cork of the bottle here just a little bit as Emil Tab has dropped way down the order. I didn't think he was going to struggle this bad, but he seems like he's got a little bit of a pace disadvantage here in this race. Meadows certainly doesn't, though, closing back on the 99.
That is a surprise. I am also surprised that Hurdle has been able to maintain the pace he has over McGrew. They're very stagnant. The car that's struggling the most right now is Jeremy Boysen, as we see a little smoke from the back of Eric Meadows. Hang on, buddy. It's just one more lap.
It might be a fender rub. He was mentioning that he was getting rub in a couple different places. I think that's what that is. So I think it's just a tire-related issue. There is your leader, Eric Catil, last year's champion. That car is unbeatable, unstoppable, except when it breaks, and it broke a bunch this weekend. Now it's sorted, and it's going fast.
Boysen a little bit wide through turn 10. That's a straight-out flat shot. Emil Tab shows the nose up into the hairpin. He's going to cut off all of his momentum onto the back straightaway, but he's going to try it anyway. Whoa, it's a huge lunge. 3 wide on the exit.
That's going to pinch off, and the 99 pulls back across the nose. Meadows does a great job of backing out of that situation. Emil Tab going to try to salvage this with power down the back straightaway. That was a huge, deep lunge and put him in a real interesting spot there, Tom, but they all came out the other side.
Yeah, that was very, very tight stuff on the final lap. Tab with a 2 for 1 and 1 move, 2 positions, and he easily clears these guys. I almost wonder if Boysen's car is having temperature issues because it's usually much faster in a straight line than this. Meadows with a massive lead.
Oh, that's
lunge.
a big dive. Oh, man, he made it stick. I think Boysen might have helped facilitate that, but Meadows is through. Move him up 1 spot. Boysen all the way down now, which I think would be 8th spot as we come on through the stadium section here for the final time, Tom, but lots of shuffling in the mid-pack order. Coming back through the carousel, Austin Hurdle. His car has lasted this race. Luke McGrew is chasing him down. If this was a half-hour race, I'd put my money on the 5 car here, Tom, but it is not. It's a 15-minute sprint here in Gridlife Touring Cup, and we're coming to the checkers this time by. Emil Tab getting through the 3 of Eric Meadows and defending. But now coming back to the checkers, from champion last season to victorious at Cota. So much adversity, and now it pays off with a checkered flag for Eric Cattell. Second place, Austin Hurdle, his best finish of the weekend. For a new guy, that is a phenomenal first round for Austin Hurdle. Luke McGrew picks up the podium after a weekend of his own struggles. Aaron Lichty, it's a first, and a fourth for the number 19, the winning Formula car. Then Brian Heitkotter, his third top 5 of 4 races this weekend. A rock-solid start for the Chris Forsberg racing car. He will come home 5th. Emil Tab, 6th. Meadows, 7th. Boysen, Steniford, and Kustin Bardis, the rest of the top 10. That was a spectacular mid-pack race. We've seen it over and over and over again. But Jeremy Swenson's car started on pole and ran strong for the first couple laps and then dropped out. So don't know what happened to him, Tom, but it didn't last the race.
Yeah, hopefully it was fairly harmless. But how about it's a race of redemption, really. Eric Cattell and Luke McGrew just have had horrible weekends, and for them to come through with a podium this late in the racing is so great to see. And I'm so impressed with Austin Hurdle. I think he was always so exuberant in time attack, and for him to come out with the maturity and the wheel-to-wheel experience that he had to have for this to work the way that he did. He didn't have a clear lap for most of the weekend, and he just kept it nice and clean for another podium there.
And you know what he had more than anybody else? A big old smile on his face.
Yeah.
I bet you he had the most fun of anybody here this weekend, and he's new, and I think he felt maybe a little bit anxious about not wanting to be the guy that causes any trouble. He did a spectacular job this weekend, and I'm sure he'll go off to NCM Motorsports Park in April with feeling a sense of accomplishment that he had such a good first round, and will carry it through to the rest of the season. Eric Cattell, with the help from the hybrid racing guys, this car had some axle issues on Friday and Saturday. They were sorted out, but then he broke a third gear shift fork and was going to run a race with a broken third gear shift fork, elected not to do that, replaced that overnight, and now they have the car running after an incident in race number 2 where he broke a rear trailing arm. That car is a Frankenstein of all sorts of parts from all over Austin, and it's back together, and it won. So Cattell back on top.
And it's just Mr. Comeback. Whether it's an invert, whether it's a mechanical issue that puts him at the back, he always gets that car back towards the front, and no one can do what he does. He's a one-man show. This weekend had the hybrid racing crew here helping him. I don't think he would have made this one work, but he's always made it work somehow, and this time they threw everything they had at that car and kept it on the track in probably his most trying weekend that he's ever had here in Gridlife Touring Cup. So great to see the 82 come through with a bit of redemption.
Absolutely, and we finally saw the weakness of Aaron Lichty's Porsche Cayman. That car looked so strong all weekend, and we were wondering, what's going on with this car dominating everything? But what we didn't see is get it in traffic, and it really struggles. Out front, when you can get a clear run to turn 1 and drive away, I think a lot of drivers would have been in that position where they could just let loose and be gone. But then you put that Cayman where it doesn't handle so well amongst traffic, especially in the faster parts of the racetrack. I think we saw the weakness there, and I don't think that car is going to be as dominant as it looked this season as we saw at the beginning of the weekend.
And the other question mark is the weather. This has been much hotter by almost 10 degrees than it was any other race, closer to 20 degrees hotter than race 1 this morning, or race 2 this morning. So I almost wonder if he has a cool weather car and a hot weather car more so than a fast and slow racetrack car in his garage. But either way, good to have options. You're right, we root for Aaron, but it's a little satisfying to see at least 2 race winners in a weekend.
Absolutely, and looking down the rest of the order, Emil Tab finishes 6th. Not a bad result by any stretch, but certainly got outraced a little bit there in the final round of the weekend. Jeremy Boysen, whatever happened to that car, it fell off big time. He started a lot higher up the grid, ended up finishing down in 8th, and there were some battles in the back. We saw Dyson Pham have a couple scraps earlier with Nick Steniford, who ended up finishing 9th, but Joel Morrison also seemed like he had some problems. He's getting towed back to the pits right now. So that's going to do it for Gridlife Touring Cup here this weekend from Circuit of the Americas. This is only round 1 of the 2021 calendar year. We have several more taking us all over the country. It's going to be NCM Motorsports Park in April, where we're going to go next. Then it'll be the spring kickoff at Gingerman Raceway, the home track for Gridlife Touring Cup. And then we get to head all over the country to Mid-Ohio, Pikes Peak International Raceway, Road America. I'm really looking forward to this season, Tom, and what a heck of a way to start it. Yeah, it's never not exciting. So keep an eye on the Gridlife Touring Cup schedule. If you thought that was cool, it happens every time. So you might as well join us for all the racing action. A couple of cars that we're going to have a lot of fun following this year, a couple new cars, and then some old favorites that are always fun to watch. But thanks for joining us for Gridlife Touring Cup. Kyle Heyer alongside Tom O'Gorman. We'll see you next time for GLTC.
Area, your item is with the folks at the Careless
All right, guys, welcome back to Super Lap Battle USA. We just saw a really exciting race for Gridlife Touring Cup. That was their final race of the weekend, so I hope they got their times in and they got their racing in and they're happy. We have one more session left. Group 4 through 1 is going to go out, and then we're going to see the Super Lap Battle, the shootout, which is going to show us the shootout, which gives a competitor one chance to do their final lap by themselves, cameras on them. Let's see what they can do.
And you definitely don't want to miss the podium ceremony, because I'm pretty confident that Cole Powelson will be up there once again, and he is notorious for being very exciting on the podium.
He likes to get diseases by drinking champagne out of shoes.
I don't believe that's COVID safe, but Cole Powelson is known for doing wild things on the podium. So.
Absolutely. Now the question is, Carla, where's Cole going to stand? Top step or second step?
You know, as much as I'm truly cheering on Ferris Toomey, I feel pretty confident that Cole Powelson's going to be able to hold his position.
You know, I don't want to say anything because with Alex Pitts, you know, on the crew and them working on everything, this town is on fire. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut like that.
Yeah, sorry.
But that is in a different area too. Remember the fire earlier had bridges and such around them? Well, there's got something new going on. I thought we left California.
Well, I guess Austin, Texas is the new California, according to a lot of people. But hey, all right, back to time attack. And a lot of the drivers are out here. This is Group 4, Session 4. So they're out here doing their warm-up laps right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We have that Golf R being driven by Brandon Luthi. He's been pushing his car hard the whole event. So hopefully we can see some good laps out of him, and we'll go from there. This is his final chance out here, if I'm not mistaken. He's not going to be in the Super Lap Battle, but he is going to be on camera. I do that all the time because I don't have harnesses or a race seat in my Type R, right? So you know what I do? I literally just turn with the car. That way I don't get flung the other direction.
It's kind of a natural instinct when you're rolling around in the car yourself. So.
Yeah, and when you carry this much weight, trust me, when you take a corner fast, it's trying to throw you out the door or into the passenger seat.
He's nice and relaxed. He has his paddle shifters and getting a little loosey-goose there. I couldn't quite tell.
Loosey-goosey?
Loosey-goosey?
Dad jokes
Brandon
on the weekend.
Loosey-goosey? This is Brandon Luthi behind the wheel there, that Golf R. Once he gets on his hot lap, we'll go ahead and watch his in-car.
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, it had paddles, so it was either Brandon Luthi or the PhD Racing A90. I couldn't truly give you an answer, but looking at the seats and the rear hatch, I'm actually going to tell you this is the A90 with Austin Shipley inside.
Yeah, and man, Austin Shipley has been doing a phenomenal job. His goal was to get under 240 for this event in this nearly stock Supra A90. However, his fastest lap time of the day is a 237.1.
Yeah, no, when he did his 239, he was stoked. He was posting about it. He was happy, and we were happy for him. And he just kept going out and going faster. So you could tell, the one thing you actually can tell is he has only ever driven front-wheel drive. So when he was sideways right there and he was correcting, he did the front-wheel drive thing of lifting, so the car immediately kicked back the other way. Hopefully he has some seat time in a rear-wheel drive and he can really lay down some fast laps, as this car is now his.
Yes, but also something really interesting about Austin Shipley is he's such a new driver, too. He hasn't been doing it this long. This is something that he's recently picked up during the pandemic. I don't know if you know that, but
I really didn't. I know his first event was GTA Finals last year, but you figure they've been tracking for a while.
Right, to get to the point where you're here at Super Lap Battle, you're usually several years in the making, but Austin Shipley, I would say he's definitely a rookie and he has come a long way. So let's go ahead and watch Brandon Luthi behind the wheel of his Golf R. I think he is starting his first hot lap.
It's actually Austin Shipley's in car. So it took me a second. I'm the one that threw you off.
Oh, yes.
It's a hatch. You see how that is definitely not a Golf?
It's hard for me to tell. I just see it's a new car. So
no, this is great though, and he's had the help of PhD Racing and Jackie's team. So he's out here having a good time. I mean, it's really funny though. I'm sure the comments are there, but you see a guy coming from a front-wheel drive car, and the car starts oversteering, and he's in there like, "What is this feeling?"
Well, he's definitely getting used to it. He's been chipping away at his lap times here this weekend.
No, absolutely, and he's driving smooth. It's a newer car. It's a newer chassis. This isn't by no means to take away from his driving, but they do help you a lot. And I'm not saying he's driving with all the assists on, but with how well these chassis work, it just really gives a driver the confidence to go fast. Not to mention this is Jackie Ding's side project that he just bought, so he has the help from someone who has one of the most developed A90s out there.
Oh, and while we're talking about him, Austin Shipley just put down his fastest lap time of the event.
It's a 46, not a 36 car.
I saw 36. All right, I have selective reading. Oh boy. All right, so I'm on my 5th round of caffeine for the day, and I just only read what I want to read. So
no, and you know what? It's like we were saying, the track is getting slower. I spent the Gridlife race out there talking to competitors. It's the one downside to me, someone who has been involved in the sport for so long. I know all the competitors really well, and to not talk to them throughout the day is hard. So when I should be sitting and resting, while I'm being yelled at by my production crew, usually I would be out there resting. But instead I'm out there running around and doing all of that. So I had a chance to talk to some people, and everyone I'm talking to says they're driving better, they feel better, but the car is going slower. That right there is a Ford Focus RS. That is Druv Bazaar. So he's been in the 244s pretty consistently. I want to say like every single lap I've seen him is a 44. His fastest lap of the event is a 43.0. So he has been moving. And this right here is Mr. Brown. His name eludes me right now. Don Brown.
Yes.
And he actually had a bet with our one and only tech steward, famous tech steward Tony Zerka. And Tony, jokingly said, hey, if the car makes it through the whole event, I'll give you some free dyno time when we get home to Arizona.
Oh, wow.
So not to jinx Don Brown here, but if he makes it through this session, he gets free dyno time. And, dyno time at UMS Tuning is expensive.
Hey, you know what? That sounds like a great deal to me. And looks like the car is happy, and Don Brown is happy behind the wheel. And I hope he gets that free dyno time.
So we have people asking, and it's pretty consistent. I highly doubt you're going to see Life come back out. They snapped 2 prop shafts this event. And from what I've heard, word on the street, they didn't own that second prop shaft. It was one borrowed from a GTR buddy.
The worst thing about borrowing somebody's car parts is the fact when you break them.
You must buy them. You break, you buy.
Congratulations, Life Motorsports. You now own another prop shaft.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's great, though. Competitors are always going to, friends are always going to try their hardest to make sure you can run. And this year is the first year that Sydney is the name of their GTR, for those of you who don't know. Sydney has been running consistently and well. So they've never had the issue of coming out of a low-speed corner and twisting a shaft in half.
The great thing that I love about this Group 4 here is that, it's mostly enthusiast class cars, and it goes to show, we got a lot of people online sometimes saying, you know what, these cars are so crazy built, how is anyone ever supposed to get into time attack and build these crazy cars? I mean, there's so much development in all of the cars that come out to this event. So that's the great thing about having the enthusiast class. It's completely attainable. You have people like Austin Shipley and also Mary Valdez, who are very new drivers and sometimes newly into time attack as well, and going through the licensing, the SCCA Pro licensing program to get their time attack license to be here for this event. It goes to show you that if you are dedicated and you want to do it, it's obtainable. Austin Shipley bought a car a week and a half before this event because his car that he was supposed to bring was crashed on the city streets because it's a street car. So it's great to see that it's obtainable if you can make it out here to Cota.
No, and it's not fair, okay? I'm just going to say it. Austin went to GTA Finals. fell in love, signed up for Cota immediately after, and did everything he could to set the car up. And you know what? All he had to do was drive it to alignment and park it for a week. That's all he had to do. And somebody somewhere decided that wasn't going to happen, and they just put their car into his car. And it's the worst part about driving your car on the street. I have a very close friend. I love this guy. His name is Wesley Stump. He's a drifter. He had a beautiful 370Z. He drove it on the street once every never. And I think he was driving back from alignment, and he got rear-ended. He was at a dead stop, and this lady smashed into him, and the car's totaled. You know, Shipley can rebuild. That car is gone. So it just really sucks to see that kind of stuff. And luckily, all of these people, Austin Shipley, that guy, he 100% is going to rebuild. But to make sure that he didn't miss this event, he bought another car. Truth be told, we get a lot of questions. I actually saw this question on YouTube, and I want to answer this one because this is an important one. We are an SCCA Pro sanctioned time attack organization, so you do have to have an SCCA Pro time attack license. But if you have the license of a competing organization, you can actually email us. We can send that information to SCCA, and then 9 times out of 10, assuming you actually have the license you say you do, we can get you an SCCA time attack license. If you do not have one, but you have proper experience and you can show that, you know, we as an organization can put that in and let you know what you have to do to move forward. So there are a million ways into this. If you have no experience, I'm sorry, obviously this is not for you. This is not made for the person for their first track day. There are cars that are traveling at speeds much higher and going much faster around corners than we need someone who doesn't know what they're doing. But you can join your local SCCA chapter or local chapter of any race org and get your time in, move your way up. And then when you're ready and they say you're ready, then you can come party with the big boys.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And to those of who are listening to us here in the live stream and watching Austin Shipley get extremely sideways there, if you have questions for us, please ask us on the YouTube live chat that's going on the live stream. You can find the live stream obviously on Global Time Attack, but if you're listening to us, you're probably already there. So go ahead, ask us your questions, and we'll do our best to answer them. I know we're kind of multitasking up here. Cuba and I are commentating, watching the event, and doing our best to answer questions.
Yeah, and you know, here's Austin. It's funny, after getting sideways a few times, he doesn't look as calm. He's kind of got the death grip. So his first out lap and his first lap, he was very, very loose and very light and very smooth. And you could tell he's gotten the car sideways a couple times, and he's really remembering that this is not his Civic Type R.
But it looks like he's enjoying it. I'm happy to see him in a rear-wheel drive platform and getting used to the car. Just like drove Bazaar here in that Focus RS, getting a little sideways on the exit as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be the last session. Now, here's something you're going to notice. It doesn't matter what event you're in, the attrition. So there are people that either A, don't have enough tires to run another session, B, have had issues, C, feel they've ran the fastest lap time possible. So, you know, the amount of cars on track are going to be much less. But the good thing for the people who are running, they get the track to themselves. They don't have to worry about people on cooldown laps. They just get to go out there and jam. And I promise you right now, Austin Shipley is going to run, in my opinion, every single lap of this session. It's his last session in this car at this track for this year, and he's going to do everything he can to lay it down.
As he should. I would totally do the same if I was in a car that could do that. So I don't blame him whatsoever. Get as much seat time as you can while you're here at the event. It's been a great weekend. We've had so many exciting things happening, and you know, coming to the close of this Group 4 Session 4 run group here, and you know, we have some exciting things coming forward too. You know, there's a lot of competition in a lot of the classes, so there's still time left for things to change.
No, absolutely. And, you know, the best part about that is we can talk about the weather and the track condition all we want. We've had many events where the event was won on the last lap of the last day. So I'm not here to take away from anybody. I'm not here to guess who's going to win overall, because it's near impossible to know. Also, not to mention, I'm pretty sure Austin Shipley wasn't ready to be covered for an entire session.
But here he is. He definitely is a type of person that can roll with the punches, though. Considering that he can buy a car a week and a half before the event because his other car was crashed out, I mean, that goes to show that he is more than capable of rolling with the punches.
Absolutely, and that's the best part. He's on his final flyer, so their checker flag is out, so he can still finish this lap. Obviously, all flying laps count. It's like qualifying in a race. If you've crossed start finish before the timing is over, you get to finish that flyer. And you know what? Hopefully for him, it's a little bit faster than the 5.66 he ran here, and he gets to go home with his head held high. All right. So I'm getting yelled at on the live stream. I love Cuban sandwiches because I'm 100% Cuban. My parents are both from Cuba. I was born in America. And it is not cannibalism because inside Cuban sandwiches is pork. And even though I look like I'm made of bacon, I'm not. Next.
Next question. All right. We're having a good time here. I mean, we have people listening to us all over the world. Austin Shipley's having a time of his life.
Okay, speaking of listening to, I'll give him a huge shout out. Eric Dewey DeWitt has watched every one of our streams, okay? I don't care if it's here, Button Willow, Road Atlanta. He's a true lover of the sport, and even though he has Subaru problems, I mean, he owns a Subaru, I still give him all the love and respect in the world because this dude will do anything for the sport. He supports it. He loves it. I mean, I really can't hate on this guy at all, and he's actually been leading this chat with a lot of good questions, and, you know, no matter how much I make fun of the guy, but I will tell you he's a scumbag. He owes me a signed dollar from the last event that I still haven't received. I even gave him an address.
That sounds like a shout out and a call out here. So in case you're wondering about which chat Hewitt is talking about, he's referring to the YouTube live chat here on the Global Time Attack page.
So Austin got to run that whole session. He's having a great time. I have zero doubt that he's going to come back with his Type R. Or honestly, the whole purpose of this A90, he was supposed to buy this later. So I'm going to tell you now, you know, from talking to him, I don't know if this is a secret or not, but you don't want to tell me things before a stream. So from talking to him, this car was supposed to be his street class build. So I feel like at some point we're going to see this car built properly for street class, and it's going to be competing in SoCal and going across the states. Take this in, guys. If you guys haven't made it here, no amount of video or photos is going to show you how incredibly amazing this event is. I'll just be very honest with you. Every time we're here, safety on track. That's been there since the GLTC race. Safety on track. Every time we come here, it truly just opens our eyes. I don't think there's ever a year here where we're not amazed. I don't think there'll ever be a year here that I'm not blessed and happy to be in this tower at Cota and watching these guys race, and it's just so much fun for us.
There is still a couple of hours left here in the car show that's going on as well at this event. And you have the current standings, so go ahead, Cuban.
Thomas Thompson, ATSV, leading, winning, probably going to win Enthusiast class. Jonathan Wheeler really gave it everything from test day to everything else. He picked up 4 or 5 seconds. So that's good. Mary Valdez is going to be on the podium. Jackie Ding with his 17. That's 5 seconds over last year's record. Amir did a 220. He has another chance, but it's going to be very hard for him. And Chris Mayfield in that BMW M3 rounding out the podium. Honorable mention to Devin. She's up to 4th now. Eric Fleming holds the record at a 2:16.0. We have Will Hardman in the AMG GT at a 2:20, and then Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober also at a 2:20 to round out that podium. Thomas Thompson's about to be on 2 podiums today. Cole Powelson and Kyle Schick with the 2:06.4 coasting across start-finish. Ferris Khartoumi at a 2:08.6. He has to pick up 2.25 seconds, well, 2.22 seconds to be able to match their time, and Cable Rosenberg in that beautiful-sounding Viper rounding that out. Justin Bayless picked up 4 seconds off his best time to bring it to a 2:26. Ryan Bessex and Nick Steniford in second in that beautiful Japanese Subaru STI, and Nick Bright in the Spoon CL7.
And this will be the last session of the day for this Group 3. So we have a few cars coming out, but I don't unfortunately see Paul Jacquish's Eagle Talent TSI.
No, and that's sad because it was a belt issue, and we were hoping they'd get it fixed. They have in other sessions pulled out in the middle of the session, so let's just keep our fingers crossed that we see him again.
Tony D getting all the seat time that he can in his 911, as he actually did find a very slight amount of time in his last session. I believe he found a 1/10 of a second over his current fastest lap time.
No, absolutely. And just so you know, this is Nick Steniford. From what I was told by Ryan Dussex, or maybe Nick was the one that came out after lunch. Okay, this is all starting to be a blur. But I believe this is Nick Steniford in the STI. Here we have Mr. Justin Bayless in his Rabbit, so that's going to be very exciting.
With the S2000 engine in it.
And the Miata subframes and
the Ford rear end. A little bit of everything.
Nailed it. And then the last of the Ford Focus RSs.
This would be car number 24, Jaime Santos. He's in street class.
Here's another view. I mean, this view never gets old, but I just love it. And they're actually flying low today. The drone is usually above the tower, but there's downtown Austin, a lot of amazing food trucks, a lot of amazing barbecue places. I have a wedding that I have to lose weight for, and coming to Austin was a terrible idea, but I would not trade it for the world.
You got this, Q, and I'm confident that you have this.
I do have this. I'm going to get barbecue later. You're 100% correct. I do have brisket.
So does the diet start when you get back to California?
They have surgeries for that.
Oh. Wow, that is dedication, having surgery before.
Oh God, no way. I'm not rich.
I've actually never made it to the top of that tower. Usually when I come to Cota, I am consumed with everything.
So here's Devin Hoffman going on a hot lap. So she's the only IAG car still here, ready to compete. Dan's car is already being loaded up. I believe he has to go. So this is Devin's chance to really lay down another flyer, try to take even more time off her personal best from last year. But she has nothing to prove. She's picked up 8 seconds.
Wow, that is a phenomenal amount of time. It really just shows how much work and dedication she's putting in, constantly improving, constantly trying to find where she can be better, and also the team has been working endlessly to give her the car that she wants.
No, absolutely. And along with this came in GT4. This is another fantastic car. He's ran with us in the past. I know he hasn't ran Cota, but whenever you run a time attack with us and any other org and you have a chance to come race at Cota, it's pretty hard to turn that one down. This is going to be the same thing as the last run group, my friends. We get to watch a few drivers try to lay down the fastest lap possible. Obviously, like I said, we get towards the end of the day, and we call this the lull of the event. You know, we want to see every car out there all the time, but when it comes to time attack cars, they're just not built that way. Asking a time attack car to run 8 20-minute sessions is like asking me not to eat barbecue in Austin.
That's actually a very good comparison.
Yes, ma'am. Or Carla not to throw up on a plane landing.
Okay, that was not me.
Devin, but Devin, you know, it's funny. We talk about how the track is not getting better, and it's surely not. It is still 68 degrees out there, but the track temp is high. when we all think about the sun beating down on the track, it's funny, Carla and I are both from SoCal. The sun isn't this hot.
That's true. It definitely feels much different here. I will definitely agree to that.
No, it's just, you stand in pit lane and it feels like it's 90. Carla said that when she walked in. I said, you're crazy. It's 68 outside. I stood out there for 5 minutes. I was like, it's 90.
Yeah. And hence we're also wearing black clothes. So yeah, that 68 definitely does not feel like a 68 here.
No, not at all. But these competitors are roughing it out. You know, obviously the car's moving, the windows down, the adrenaline's pumping. You don't really feel it. But when you get out of a car with the sun beating out on you like that, the sweat stains are incredible. That's Mr. Tony D right there.
That is Tony D in that 911S. He is just going lap for lap here, getting as much seat time as he can.
No, and he was saying that he felt he didn't have much left in it. Oh, there's Gladden in the Crawford Performance STI, okay? So you know, I'm going to tell you right now, I love this guy. He's always smiling. I talk about Cole. This guy smiles pretty close. This is 7. And he got here yesterday, and they had some technical issues and didn't fill out any of the forms to have the pit, and his family came from different states. Like his dad drove here from Florida. He drove here from the West Coast.
Wow.
And we're not some huge race herd that's going to say, well, that sucks. We made sure that they got their pit passes, their crew passes, his wife, his kids. You know, I am super happy to see them here. They were here last year. We see them at multiple events. So it's so cool to see events like this bring families together. See what kind of lap time that Super STI ran. Meanwhile, Devin is still pushing, you know. I don't know how many sets of tires they bring. I know that they're budgeted. Justin Bayless, 2 seconds off his fastest. Ryan Dessix or Nick Senford, about 20 seconds off their fastest.
Something probably happened there. Obviously, that's quite far from their
A little bit,
time.
you know. I want to say it's a few mistakes, or maybe they're driving a warm-up. A very, very long warm-up. 2 laps. I think we're going to see Devin dip back into the 20s. The question is, can she dip below her fastest lap?
Well, that would be definitely a tough task. She's currently sitting at a 2:26 right now, which is, man, that's a great time. Like we've said, she's found so much time over her fastest lap times last year. So every year she's getting stronger, and I think this is definitely a competitor to keep an eye on coming into the future.
No, absolutely. And, you know, this is what we tell people. Everyone, I hear it too much. And I don't like hearing this because I always feel it's an excuse. And I was raised that excuses were a good way for your parents to lock you in your room. When I hear, well, my car's not fast enough for that. Well, you know, honestly, the bouncing on that car is a little too fast. Honestly, though, a lot of these competitors, okay, let's talk about Devin just last year. Devin was 8 seconds slower. The year before that, if she'd ran, she'd have been another 10 seconds slower. She will tell you in a heartbeat that she worked her way up. And you know what? A lot of mods happened in this car very fast because IAG saw something in her and felt they wanted to support her, so she had to learn how to drive this car again. But we have so many competitors who have thousands of hours in their car. I'll talk about Amir for a second because he's local to us and we know him. Amir's been tracking since I met him. I don't even know how long ago.
Same for me.
He wasn't fast back then.
He was fast when I met him.
He was not fast when I met him.
Really?
6 weeks ago. No, but seriously,
Okay.
he was obviously he was a decent driver. He knew what he was doing, but to be at this level just takes practice.
It does.
Seat time.
Yes.
And the biggest thing we tell people, I apologize. The biggest thing we tell people, don't hesitate to ask for help. Like if you buy all the right stuff, you buy an AIM Solo, it's irrelevant if you don't have someone look at your data. If you make videos of you on track, it's irrelevant if you don't have someone watch them. Never feel bad. Carla just put her mouth all, what'd we see?
Okay. Wow, okay, Curtis Gladen here in that STI that we were talking about. He has barely found his fastest lap time of this event by, I think, 1,000th of a second. He just clocked in a 2-minute 27.282.
Yeah, well, Justin Bayless just found his fastest time by half a second at a 2:26.130.
There we are, folks. Justin Bayless and his Rabbit with an S2000 motor. That's exciting to see. You know, sometimes coming on the last session of the day, you're able to connect all the dots from all of the sessions prior. So occasionally you will see drivers go faster in the last session.
We got
of
a
the
sub
day.
230 out of Ryan Dussex and Nick Steniford. I thought they'd done a 28 if I'm not mistaken. 228.445 is their fastest time, so they're about 1.2 seconds off that, but they're still pushing. The downside of that car is, and I think he's going to have to bring it in, is they can only do 2 laps with the size of the tank. But the best thing you can do, if you guys back to this, the best thing you can do if you want to build a time attack car, let's say you have the HPD experience. You went a little wide there, Justin. Let's say you have, Justin broke a wing here last year. The stand failed and the thing flew off, so he needs to stay off these curbs. The best thing you can do is don't, how many times have you guys heard this? Carl, how many times have you heard this? And any competitor listening, sorry, can't bring my car. I don't have this part yet.
Yeah, it's something that I commonly hear.
Sorry, can't go to the track this week. I don't have this thing. You know, it's like, I will just talk about me. I bought a brand new Type R. I took it to the track 4 days ago. I did an oil change, put gas in it, and went to the racetrack. You know, I'm not telling you to do that with a new car because, you know, you might want to break it in a little bit, but there is no, I need this part or I need that. What you need is the will to go and brake fluid and a torque wrench.
Maybe a tire pressure gauge.
I didn't have any of that. Not on my first track day. My Evo 8, I was 18 years old, signed up for some event because I met a guy who knew I street raced and said, you know, you should try getting on track. And I was like, sure, fine. I beat people on the street all the time. And it opens your eyes because a Miata just passes you like at double your speed in a corner and you're like, what is going on? So it's you can feel you're fast on the streets, you can feel you're fast in the canyon, but until you're on a track with people that know what they're doing, your eyes never get open.
Yeah, it's definitely humbling, and it's great to see people coming from those types of areas into track days, time attack, or even racing as well. So
yeah, my first track day was actually with Jarrell Natividad. He racing on public streets. That's what we're talking about, crops, when he had his Miata.
okay, yeah, I remember that. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, and I came from street racing. You don't think that's weird? Oh, also, guys, don't street race and don't take over intersections. It's the stupidest thing in the world. Thank you. 225.249. Justin Bayless took another second off of his fastest lap.
Wow. All right, Justin Bayless. He's been definitely connecting the dots all weekend here, finding time in the last session of the day. And this isn't like a last session of the day where it's cooler at the end of the day. Sometimes in a lot of the events we'll see that, but today the last session of the day is one of the warmest, so the track conditions are not ideal, but Justin Bayless is just clicking away fast lap times. He's finding it. He knows what he needs to do clearly, so running the 225.2 in that Rabbit is really cool to see.
No, it is. And you know what? This is the kind of car where he just needs to put it together. You know, it's incredible is what it is. And he ran that lap after going, you know, super wide outside of the turn onto the back straight. So he's definitely laying it down. Congratulations to him. He just continues to reset the fastest time in Pro Comp front wheel drive. Rear wheel drive.
Wow, and again, Curtis Gladen barely finding his fastest lap time of the day with less than a tenth of a second, far less than a tenth of a second, 222.28.
Yeah, and he is, you know, it's awesome. And the best part is, you know, he was running on 15s back then. He's up to 17s now, so he can run the Yoko Slick. So he is finding time. He's setting the car up properly. We have a 228 out of Mr. Yun. Let's see if he can better that. No.
His fastest lap time for the event so far is a 227.604. So it looks like that's almost a stock GT4.
I'm pretty sure it is. Wheels, tires, brakes. When he ran the Rich, I got a really good look at the car. It's a very beautiful looking car. It is a Cayman GT4. It's a machine out of the box. All they really need is an alignment, like any other what you'd call quote unquote rich old person car. You buy something like a McLaren, a Cayman GT4, a Corvette, Z06. All these cars are aligned to be safe, so they're not that fast. But you give them a nice track alignment, spend a little seat time in them, and they're just incredible machines. You know, there's a really good photo online. I think it's on the Global or Superlap Instagram of Tony D taking that corner so hard he lifted the front left tire off the ground. I think he may need to look at some suspension stuff later in his life, okay? I mean, look at this. And the best part about this, Justin Bayless, you see people taking notes and data and tire temps. These are just friends. Yeah, I mean, friends and family. That's all it is. Everyone thinks that you need this huge team. If you want to track your car, there's a really good chance you have one or two friends that want to go out with you and watch and enjoy what you enjoy. And if not, that sucks, but you're going to meet people at the track. The best thing about going to the racetrack, I don't care what local track you go to, I've been to tracks across this entire United States of America, there's always friendly people. You just have to be willing to talk to people. And that's hard for some people. I get it. It's nerve-wracking to try and talk to someone you don't know, but that's the best part about tracking cars is everyone shares the same love for it.
Yeah, I'm not the type of person that I don't really like approaching people, but throughout my years being at racetracks, I've met so many wonderful people at racetracks across the United States and also in other countries as well. So it just goes to show you that the type of person that's drawn to going to a racetrack, for the most part, they can be pretty friendly and you might find some cool people, you might make some new friends. Especially in the time attack community, I've noticed that is definitely the strongest community that I've seen. There's strong race communities as well, but...
Did you see Gladden beat his best time by 2 1,000ths?
Yeah, I did actually.
Dope. No, she's totally right though, and
Yeah.
and Carla's not kidding because Carla has race and endurance race in Mexico.
Multiple, actually, yeah.
I don't know if you could tell by looking at her, but she's not necessarily a Spanish-speaking native.
I do what I can.
I've seen her comment on things in Spanish online, though. It actually tripped me out. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if someone told her how to write that, but I was utterly impressed.
I've studied a lot of Spanish in school, obviously, but you know, just being there in person, going into my races, I usually feel really nervous and I forget how to speak Spanish, but once I'm there, and especially after I'm there for a few days, I'll have my moments where I'm, you know, able to hold conversations with people, and I'm better at writing than I am speaking, that's for sure.
We're the opposite. I'm way better at speaking than writing. It was my first language, my native language, and honestly, in situations like you're talking about, I get nervous and forget sometimes. So, no, all the respect in the world. You know, you go to your local track, you talk to people, you have a good time, and, you know, hey, this is the world. You might meet someone that doesn't want to talk to you. Don't let that hinder you. Just go up to the next guy and just think of that person as a jerk.
Yeah, you know, and sometimes when you're in the moment and you need to talk to people, you just have to figure out how to communicate.
Yes, ma'am. And same thing here. A lot of the competitors here, Austin Shipley, we'll go back to Ships. He came to his first event with us in November, and you could tell he was kind of shy in his pits, and people were walking up to him and talking to him. So you'll get a lot of times where you go to a track day, you'll go to an event, and someone will come up to you and talk to you, and you just have to be willing to have the conversation. Some of the best racers I've met are actually very antisocial. And it's nothing against them. They're introverts, but you talk to them and you bring up something that you guys totally, you know, share and love passion-wise, you're always going to have a good conversation.
Even though I've been on camera for 16 hours so far this week, and that actually was me. I mean, believe it or not, I'm a really introverted person. I am really shy, and I just pretend that I'm not when I'm on camera.
I'm going to be clear here. I forced Carla to do her first live stream. I needed someone to help me 2 years ago.
Yeah, I guess it's been 2 years now.
2 years ago, and I said, look, you could please just do this one, and I need someone else to help. And she did it, and we didn't say anything, and the next event was coming up, and it was Cota 2020. I'm like, hey, Carla, so here's your flight information.
Okay, guess I'm commenting again, and here we are.
So let's go over these times on Group 3, Session 4. Justin Bayless has reset his fastest time with a 2:25.249. Curtis Gladden reset his fastest time by 2 1,000ths of a second with a 2:27.282. Lawrence Yun is about half a second off his fastest. Tony D a little off. Devin Hoffman into the 30s again. I mean, under the 30s again. So this is all, these guys are killing it. Jamie Santos. Let's see if he did any better. His fastest is a 2:32.812, so he's about a second off, but that's the average right now with the track temp and the sun being out there. Like we talked about a little bit ago, the weather is still great. It's in the 60s, but the sun is beating down on us right now, and the sun in Texas, like everything else, is bigger and hotter.
That is true. That's a very good point that you bring up. It definitely feels warmer here.
There's your Evo.
Yes, so we are getting ready here for Group 2 for the last session of the day for them. On screen, that's Tim Shepner in that Evo 9. He's been battling some issues, and actually, I see Will Hardiman going out in the AMG GT. I don't recall seeing him on track much today, but it looks like he is saving the car for the last session to see if he's able to crack into the 19s. He's sitting at a 220.0 right now. So I believe that is possibly his strategy to save the car for this session. He's going out, he's in limited class, and he's looking for that 19.
Yeah, and you know what? This is after lunch, and the groups actually swapped. This would have been Amir. Oh, unless Amir might be saving it for the super lap battle.
I believe he is.
I would too.
The head gasket
Yeah.
uncertainty, I would think that's a smart move for him.
I believe after this live stream, we will never talk about Subarus and Focus RS's blowing head gaskets because the car that did it was a Honda.
Yeah, I can't say much to that.
But we do have Will Dries and Corey Wells out here ready to go back out. You want to talk about, we always talk about how we love the drama of these events. And not the drama like, girls fighting in high school over a boy or something like that. Carlo was famous for that.
What?
We're talking more about the drama of
Not even.
things breaking and things going wrong and what it takes to make it right. On practice day, Corey Wells and Will Dries turbo blew up. They had one lap in and boom, it was gone. They drove a few hours, got a replacement housing, did everything they could to put it back together, and their first time lap, it broke again. And then since then, they have figured something out, and they have gone out almost every session and gone faster. So this is the kind of things we're talking about. The drama of things going wrong and teams persevering through it to, run fast laps.
And speaking of perseverance, Gabriel Shadeed in that E90 M3, man, he has definitely experienced some of that time attack struggles this event as well. He blew up his motor 2 weeks prior to the event during testing and took the engine out of his street M3 to swap the block into this time attack car, make it here, and he barely was able to tow the car here in time for the event. So he's here on very minimal sleep, doing what he can. He's sitting at a 224.8. I know that he had some other issues earlier today, but he's back out on track, and I'm confident that he has it in him in this last session to continue to lower that 24. I'm hoping he's going to make it into the 23s.
No, and that would be great. And Gabe is also one of those people that you could approach at any event and he's going to talk your ear off. I don't know if it's in his nature, if he loves it so much, but it's like anyone in my family. Don't you dare try starting a conversation if you don't have 30 minutes to kill. But realistically, it's the whole, I make the joke about how he took the daily M3 out and his wife's wondering where the car is right now. But that's the passion he has. He missed the first session of the day because he was still towing the car from Colorado?
Colorado, yes.
Colorado. He runs with us all the time. This man will tow across the states. And you know what? To do that much work, blow up the car in testing and decide, oh, no. Let me get the motor out of my other M3, slap the blower on that one, and hopefully it stays together.
And that's what happens when your street car is the same type of car as your race car or your time attack car.
So I've learned BMW owners are like Z and Subaru owners. They just own a lot of the same car.
It's true. I know almost every person that I know.
Yeah, all my Z friends have many Zs. All my BMW friends have many BMWs. Honda people will just buy any chassis they can find. Oh, got an EG, got an EF, got a DC2. I got Hondas. Carla has issues with S2000s. You have more than one?
Yeah. We're even at it.
When did you buy another one?
Like 5 years ago.
Ooh, the black one?
They're both black.
Oh my gosh. Maybe that's why I think they're the same car. So this is Thomas Thompson's McLaren 650R. He's been sharing this car with a fellow competitor, Zachary Sober. Zach Sober won the first year Enthusiast all-wheel drive trophy. He lost last year to the person who holds, this is, I believe, Thomas Thompson. The person who holds the overall Enthusiast record, that would be Jensen Little in his Evo. Jensen Little also took third overall in the inaugural Super Lap battle in the craziest, not crazy, NC Miata on the planet.
Go ahead and explain that for me, because I don't know what you mean.
So Jensen Little's NC Miata is probably the most developed Miata out there. He worked on World Challenge Miatas. He was on a race team. It was a wide body car. Now you're remembering it. I see it in your face.
Jensen Little, yes,
it was a turbocharged. It's on the original SLB shirt.
Yes,
for sure. We made after. and it was a turbocharged NC motor, and the car was incredibly fast. You have Cole Powelson, you have Jimbo, okay, you got James Houghton, and you had Jensen Little. Those were the top 3 of the event. Jensen Little's a local, and he just came out and showed everybody, and this was the very first year, 2019 Super Lap Battle.
I thought that he was coming this year, though.
No. He was here last year in his Evo. He was not registered for this year. Unless Carla knows things I don't know.
I am not sure, but here we are inside of this McLaren 650R.
Yeah, and this is Thomas Thompson, and he's the one that is now leading Enthusiast rear-wheel drive with his ATS-V. Zachary Sobers had some laps in it, and now Thomas Thompson's getting some laps. They've been switching back and forth. Both these guys are great drivers, and it's crazy because he actually drove this car here on the AO52s, and he's going to drive it home on the AO52s. I don't know who drove the ATS-V here. My guess is Zach.
That is definitely possible, and it's so funny to me because the ATS-V is in the parking lot of the hotel that we're staying at, and it's so funny to me to walk out of the hotel and see that car there in the parking lot, and then go and watch it on the screen here. It's leading Enthusiast class right now. It's the fastest car in Enthusiast class.
ATS-Vs are the kind of car that, and this is just from my history in California, that people with CTS-Vs buy their wives. And what I mean by that, it's a V6 twin turbo. It's a very, I'm going to use the word convoluted here, but it's a very difficult car to work on. Those V6 twin turbo cars are actually not very easy to work on at all. We get them at work all the time, and most people don't try to make wheels, put some suspension on, have a good time. Thomas Thompson said, I'm going to make some power with this car, and I'm going to win the class. And he did it last year with a 37.
He did, yes.
And did it again this year with a 30.
30, yep. This is very true.
There's Will Drees, a 2:23.754. I want to tell you that's their fastest time of the event, but I'm not sure if that's right. It is no, it's 2 or 3 tenths off. Okay, they're at the fastest time of the event, but they're getting close.
All right, and it looks like Tim Shepner was able to find his fastest lap time of the event once again with a 2:24.525. Listen, Cuban, I called it at the beginning of the session, so I'm going to go ahead and take credit for this. I told you that he was going to be in the 24 range, and here he is halfway through the 24th.
No, and you're 100% right. And that's the thing about this Evo and this team. They will continue to go faster. If they had a car that was not giving them gremlins from the beginning, they would probably be in the 23s.
And that's the best part of being on the live stream, is taking credit for things that you did not do, right, Cuban?
Heck yeah. I was right.
All right, here we are, and Gabriel Shadeed again here on the screen.
That's Druff. I mean, that's Robbie.
I
Mirage.
meant to say his lap time is on the screen. I'm starting to lose my mind, apparently.
This is the LS-powered BRZ of Ravi Mirage. This is actually a BRZ with power. I know I gave him a shout earlier, but Eric Dewey DeWitt owns one of these things, and they're slow as dirt. But this car is not. This car is hauling the mail.
Yes, this is an LS3 powered. He's in limited class because of the engine swap here.
No, absolutely. This is Gabriel Shadeed right here.
It looks like he's having issues with that E90 M3 once again.
Yeah, or he could just, I mean, he could be making a gap ready to go back out. He is, yeah, Gabriel Shadeed's not really a slow driver, though. Even on his hot laps, he's an 80% kind of guy. So we'll see what's going on. I will say, though, 4-door M3s look amazing on track. I think they look better than 2-door M3s.
I love both, but the 4-door is starting to get to me. I used to have a 2-door myself, and I love the 2-door, but the 4-door, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm getting older now.
Have you noticed that? Sedans just seem to look better as you get older.
Is that a thing? Oh
it
my
is
God.
totally is a thing.
I feel old now, goodness.
My body wasn't built for coupes, so I've always owned sedans. But actually, I owned a lot of EGs and DC2s, and I looked funny in them. But first fast car I bought was an Evo, so I'm a sedan guy. Don't even try to put me in this McLaren. I'd break that beautiful, probably $5,000 seat.
So I used to transport these, and it's not easy to get in and out of them because the doors are vertical. And when you're in an enclosed trailer, that makes it very interesting.
No, yeah, I don't even want to think. I just thought about that, the doors. Yeah, good luck getting, you'd have to like slide. We have to transport Corvettes to and from the dyno a lot, and we just take the roof off of every C7. Don't even try to open the door. It's a waste of time. This is John McInnes, though, in his GT3 RS. He has been pushing this car to the limit, and, he has been very consistent, even in the heat, these 225s. This is a track weapon. You talk to any professional driver, you put them in a GT3 RS, and they are going to lay down lap times that are just blow your mind. And this is a bone stock car. 225s on some Yokohama tires. I mean, he is definitely getting it.
Yeah, I'm never upset when I see a GT3 RS at the track. They look amazing. They sound amazing. They're a phenomenal stock car, and clearly John McInnes realizes that as well. I mean, he's out here ripping on it. I know he's running 25s now, but he ran a 222.799. That's his fastest lap time of the event. So, car definitely has a lot of potential and capabilities even in stock form.
No, absolutely. And there's just one other car I'd love to see at an event. It's a GT2 RS, only because I've only ever seen one in person. I would like to sit in one.
I used to have a customer with a GT2 RS, and man, it's a phenomenal car.
No, are you kidding me? Of course it's it's a kill you kind of car.
Yes, absolutely.
Porsche still makes cars that try to kill people.
I appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that.
I truly do.
I hope that they never stop doing that.
I think that's why I love the Gen 1 Viper so much. I think more were totaled than actually still exist.
I love that. I totally appreciate that as well.
Or any air-cooled Porsche, those are murderous.
That sounds like my kind of car.
Cars these days are so safe. Not that that's a negative. Okay, let's go back. I'm not condoning death in vehicles. It's just the raw driving that is required for those kinds of cars is just fantastic. But everyone knows the raw driving required to push something like a GT3 RS to the limit is the same. You can drive one of these fast, but to push and drive one of these to the very max is just more than most people can understand.
As much as I do love raw cars that are dangerous, last night I did appreciate having a new safe vehicle to ride around in. There was a car driving the wrong direction on the freeway, and it was a 2-lane freeway, and it was driving on the wrong side of the road, so that was not fun.
I don't think it matters how safe it is if a car's doing 70 at you at the wrong way, okay?
That was not a great feeling last night. I'm like, what is going on here?
This was last night?
This was last night.
Okay,
Austin,
so Texas drivers are like California drivers. Okay, guys, got it. Austin drivers, I'm sorry, I don't want to make the whole state a thing, but all California drivers are terrible drivers.
Yeah, so here we are. I did not die last night. That's a good thing.
So Mr. Shepner is at 224.3. He's super close to a 23, so it's very possible. But leading this is Robbie Mirage. This is the first time he's led a full session, and it's, these cars are very close to his lap times, but a 223.463, that's fantastic. His fastest time is a 222.533. So he obviously has more than what we see here. But like we said, this is the end of the day. Tires run out, track gets hot. Going out at this exact time is like throwing out the Hail Mary, just hoping you can put it all together for that one perfect lap to go faster.
I see that John McInnes has Utah plates on that GT3 RS.
He came with Life Motorsports.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So I'm not sure if Tim Shepner has been out this entire time, or he may have did a mid-session cooldown, but he is still on track here, and he laid down his fastest lap time of the session with a 224.615. That is nearly a second.
373.
Yes, so I'm looking at the wrong time here, but he did run a 2:24, and that's nearly a second faster than his prior fastest lap time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it really looks like he's pushing it. He either did a mid-lap cooldown, a mid-session cooldown, or he came in and back out, but now he's on a new flyer. This one is obviously a lap he wants to count. He was probably going 6-7 tenths on that come around. So it looks like the checkered flew after he went past it. So this lap should count. This is going to be the last lap for the LSBRZ.
And we are taking caffeine donations in the commentating tower so that I'm not dyslexic when I'm reading numbers.
Does anyone work at Lens Crafters? Carla needs an eye exam. I did wear my glasses for 3 minutes and I had to go run and get them. That's so I know.
I have 20/20 vision, apparently.
Your calling of lap time says otherwise.
Listen, I just, more caffeine would be nice. Second day, end of the second day is usually, it's a struggle for commentators. I definitely have a new appreciation for it. But we're pushing through, and we're just nearing the end of our Group 2 Session 4. We just received the checkered flag, so we are getting ready for the last group of the day before the Super Lap Battle, and we will watch Will Dries. I don't know if he knew he was on camera and he just decided to put on a show for us, but that was excellent drift skills there, Will Dries. So we're happy to see you in the Prelude, and I'm glad to see that that car is running seamlessly.
Well, and more than that, I mean, like I said, all the turmoil they went through to be able to come out here and run some laps, they're definitely laying it down. All right, boys and girls. So this is going to be the final session of the final group of the final session. She's blind. I'm dyslexic. I'm Cuban. This is Cuban. I'm Carla. And the camera crew calls me Ruben or Steve. They just make up whatever names they want. But I'm very excited. We're going to see possibly the record break again. We're going to see Ferris Khartoumi come out. And if he doesn't come out right now, he does have the Super Lap Battle to do so. My camera crew threw it on us because we wanted a pep talk. And and Carla's over here ready to tell you what we have coming up.
Yes, so after our last time attack session of the day, which is Group 1, Session 4, we will then have our Super Lap Battle sessions. So basically what that is the top 3 cars per class get the opportunity to put down 1 hot lap as a driver. The only car on track, they get 1 hot lap. So that is usually really exciting. I think we'll see Amir Bentatu come out and save the car for that session, and we'll see what happens.
Well, he did miss the final session. He could have come out with everybody else. So realistically, Amir said he's going to run it till he pops it. He's not really someone who lies about it, but realistically, he's going to run it till he pops it, and if he can go out there by himself and run a lap that is at least competitive, then he's going to do very well. So I don't know if he can beat Jackie's 217. That may be insurmountable, but I think he wants to see a 219, 218. He doesn't want to end this event at a 220.
I mean, it's a 220.0 also.
It is a 220.
Yes.
Ferris, though. I think Ferris is the one to take her out. He's the one that is going to say, he's the one that has the chance to basically, with the event overall, say, I beat Life Motorsports. I now hold the overall record, and I'm the person who's the best here.
This is typically when we see the boost being turned up. It's full send right now. Last session of the day. And you know what? It's still warm outside, but I do see that it is starting to get shady in some sections of the track. So that might make the conditions slightly better for this session.
Yeah, it's a good place to park when your car breaks. Parking in the sun is terrible.
Yes. I have made that mistake myself. But, you know, it's something that we typically see in time attack, right? We know we have our cars that are built to the fullest extent, so we've seen quite a few mechanical failures this event.
Ferris.
And here we are with Ferris Cortumi.
So he's not trying to save it for the final lap. He probably wants as much data as possible. He probably wants to beat the record right now and then come back and put a stamp on it.
I hope that's exactly what we see.
Ferris is coming out. Okay, and then following him, it's a Corvette train. Eric Fleming has reset the limited rear-wheel drive record twice. Can he do better than a 2:16.0? We'll find out right now.
I think he has it in him. I think we will see a 2:15 in this session.
I hope so, because he'll tell you he hasn't even driven the car near its potential. He is constantly learning in this car, and I would love to call it basic, but it does have a 7.7 liter LS7. That's some nasty stroke. That's almost a liter a hole out of an LS. And she stays together. Samsona sequential, Motec ECU. Baby splitter, big wang. Awesome driver.
Yeah, he's out here and he's turning laps, and he's been out here in I think almost every session as well. So he's out here turning laps in that Z06, and again, I'm gonna put it on the table here right now. 2:15 from Eric Fleming in his limited class Z06.
Awesome. I don't want to call anything on Ferris, because if he does it, then it's my fault, and if he doesn't do it, it's my fault. But I really do think he can do a 2:15, Eric Fleming, that is. He did a 2:16 in this kind of weather. When he did that 16.0, the sun was out, it was 68 degrees, so he did a 16.0. He could do a 2:15.9, but he already beat the 2:17.2, which was the limited rear-wheel drive record, unofficially. There's Ferris coming around the carousel, the 4 apex right-hander. A couple more corners, he'll be coming down the front straight and starting his flyer. We are not IndyCar. We don't allow you to go 30 cars out right there. And the one thing we'll never know is what map he's on. So Ferris's car has multiple horsepower maps. His tuner is actually here at the facility. He has a scramble button on top of every single map for those 2 long straights. So we'll see what kind of lap times he can run.
Yes, and we are definitely cheering him on. Ferris Cortumi, he's been a phenomenal competitor here, bumping up to unlimited class for his first time this year. So, man, we've just seen fantastic performances constantly from him.
Yeah, and honestly, they both sound amazing coming down the front straight. There's nothing better than Bald Eagle Power screaming on a time attack track. I do miss Cable's car, which would be the 9-liter Viper. We want to talk about displacement. 7.7-liter Corvette, but there's a 9-liter Viper here right now. So these cars sound incredible coming out. Okay, let's see if we can get our cameras back on Ferris. Eric's already stepping out a little bit. Not that he's not going to lay down a fast lap, but I think everyone here is interested in seeing what Ferris can do. The hard part is, I think he's on a cooldown. I mean, I don't think he's on a cooldown. I don't think he's going to lay down a fast lap, because that was significantly slow in that one area. So Eric Fleming doesn't know how to go slow in areas. Every lap we've watched him, even the cooldown laps, you see him, you're like, oh, he's going to set another lap time. He went 10 tenths, and all of a sudden he's pulling into the pits. Whoa!
He's really trying for that 2:15.
He got to leave some marks, though, on the ground. He put his stamp on Cota right there.
He definitely did. He's leaving his mark here at Circuit of the Americas. So if you're, if there's one thing they have to do when you come here, you have to leave a standing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Ferris is running real slow. The speed differential is the stuff we always talk about, right? You got cars on cooldowns, cars on flyers. It's so important for the driver to know their surroundings, know what's coming, know where they need to place themselves.
I've never came back all the way. How's this, Eddie? I've never been this far back before.
you know, I know everyone's curious on what kind of lap time he's going to run after all the shenanigans of this lap, but in the corners where he wasn't completely sideways, the car still looked really fast. There's only so much tire left on this car. There's only, I think he's out here having a good time. Still did a 218.
Hey, you know what? If he didn't do a 215, he is really putting a show on for us here. I think he's actually the only car on track right now. So he literally has an entire session of being the only car on track. So, hey, you know what? Let's do this 215.
Yeah, and truth be told, I mean, people are going to say whatever they want, but trying to put down 7.7 liters of torque on the ground, you know, in a low-speed corner, it probably takes some work.
He's given it all that he has, though, so it's great to see him out here, and it's exciting to watch. I mean, I love watching a Corvette get sideways on track. I just hope that he doesn't end up getting black flagged like Christopher Mayfield in his M3 earlier, but, you know, we'll enjoy it while we have it.
Yeah, well, truth be told, Christopher Mayfield may have been doing it, you know, at every corner, and that's probably why they wanted to talk to him. His entry into this corner is a little smoother this time. It is true, if you watch the last lap, he tried to carry too much speed into the corner and he entered really late. So, you know, just put your foot down and make it happen.
Yeah, it looks like he might be dialing it back a little bit, at least on corner exits. So I think he was a bit excited on the first lap, but now coming into this second hot lap, he's toning it down a bit so that he can maintain as much grip as possible. And the more grip, you know, the faster it will be. So hopefully we have a 215 for this lap.
Yeah, and what's awesome is he wears bright yellow gloves. So even from the drone, I could see him sawing at the wheel right there into that corner. You see it?
I definitely see it.
I love being able to see their hands from outside. Now, this is probably one of the hardest corners on track. You could tell he's slowing it down. He's going to bring it in. This is one of the hardest corners on track, no matter what class you're in, because you need to carry significant speed on this corner. There's no getting around it. You know, unlimited cars want to carry 92 plus miles an hour around around the carousel. I couldn't give you a limited or street speed because I don't know anybody that's really giving me the data, but we've seen cars that have won here. They're 92 to 95 plus. Oh, he's lost half his end plate. Do you see it?
Okay.
She's dangling.
Yes, that can definitely be a problem. Hopefully he doesn't lose it on track, but that could explain some of the oversteer tendencies.
You know what? That's active aero, and I don't think active aero is allowed.
It's in limited class, so, you know. all jokes aside, obviously that was a joke.
Truth be told, he's just going to push it. He could have no end plates, but that does actually make a big difference. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that don't necessarily know how wings work, why some cars run bigger end plates than others, and they are there for a purpose. The car is going to feel different if you know how the car felt when it was running properly with aero. So it's like when you see a car with the splitter rod missing and the splitter is dangling or flapping, the car feels completely different from inside. You don't have the same amount of grip. That was a grip.
Okay,
all I know is I
Eric,
heard someone scream, "Whoa!" from somewhere else in the building. So
He's
that
really
was
putting on
clearly
a
something
show
good.
for us. That is for sure. I mean, how many times do you get to be at Circuit of the Americas, an F1 track, the only car on track with two commentators and a drone chasing you around track? Like, Eric, thank you for putting on a wonderful show.
Yeah,
for us.
this is the show, Eric. We appreciate it. Congratulations on your record. If you don't do a 215, it's fine. You went way too deep. Someone must have told him that he was solo out here because he's really trying to put on a show.
Well, I thoroughly enjoy it.
Oh, Eric!
Oh,
That could have been best case scenario because now he has to come back inside and they can tell him his end plates are dangling. He lost it on the lowest speed corner too. Like, that wasn't even cool. I wanted him to be full reverse lock through the carousel, you know what I mean? Show these drift kids what it's about. And not very often you have an entire F1 track to yourself to the point where you can loop it and then go back out on your own. I feel like he may have spent a little bit too long in the drift paddock.
Yes, I must agree with that, but Man, he's definitely putting a show on for us. If it was any other driver out here, it would have been difficult to make this last session interesting.
Oh man, so I'm pretty sure in the black flag area they give field sobriety tests because he was sending it a little too hard. He may have had a few drinks before going out on those laps.
Yes, we have Highway Patrol on the way. They're going to give him a field sobriety test at the moment. Cota has COVID testing right now. We didn't prepare sobriety testing, so we have officials on the way giving him.
Well, the good thing is those tests are always here, and if you've never heard of a constable, I'd never heard of one until yesterday. They are 3 or 4 of them here. Those are apparently the badass cops. They get to do things like serve warrants. They're like local marshals, I guess you could say. I promise you they're going to have a small conversation with Mr. Fleming before this is over. So it was pretty cool. He was out there by himself. This was the last run group of Session 4. For those of you wondering, Session 4 is the final session, but it's not the end for the event. We have one more thing going on. It's called the Super Lap Battle. It's a shootout. The fastest cars of each class get to go out and lay one lap by themselves. Just like Eric Fleming had an entire session by himself with a drone chasing him, these people get one lap by themselves. You're going to see this photo being taken right here on Instagram at the LSX Doctor. Just want you to know his IG handle is at the LSX Doctor. That photo he just took of Eric Fleming's car will be on there within the next 24 hours.
I think the last 20 minutes just made Eric Fleming famous.
Oh, absolutely.
Can we get a jump up and down? Come on, Eric, you're on screen right now. I want to see it.
I don't even think he knows. Oh, everyone's waving. This is my favorite part, the wavers. Eric Fleming put on a show, boys and girls. I was excited.
And according to our YouTube chat, Eric Fleming was actually voted the favorite driver of the day, according to our YouTubers. So, hey, you know what? You got an entire session by yourself on track with 2 commentators and a full production crew on you. Huge
shout out to Eric Fleming, driver of the day. Ravi's trying to flex. And that is not Ravi Mirage with the LSM3. That's Ravi from We Don't Lift Racing. They sell safety equipment and race equipment out of Phoenix, Arizona. They also, Melissa from there is the one that made the SLB brochures, those beautiful, beautiful books that you get to look at that explain the entire event. So they've helped us a lot. Love those guys.
Melissa, if you're listening to this, I'd like to be able to grab one from you. I've been stuck in the tower all day, but I'd like to have a book myself. In commentators, we often miss out on the things
cool stuff
happening outside of our little tiny room that we're in. So, like buying SLB gear, I haven't had the opportunity to buy any, and I believe it is probably sold out now.
There's no probably. It is all gone. It was all gone by lunch today. Luckily for me, I got a sweater, 3 shirts, and I already own all the hats. I mean, I have 20 of these hats at home.
Wow, okay. So it looks like I'm going home empty-handed. Thank you, Cuban.
Yeah, well, we were going to give you free stuff after the pit walk, but... If you didn't know, Carla blushes pretty hard. It matches her hair.
Yes, and my hair is red, so it's not a good look.
While we're here, guys, I want to just give a huge shout out to our sponsors. Circuit of the Americas is not one of our sponsors, but here at Super Lap Battle Circuit of the Americas, we wouldn't be here without 1, the competitors, 2, the fans, and Yokohama Tire, Garrett Advancing Motion, Ray's Wheels, Ignite Race Fuel, CSF Radiator, Race Shapes, Stop Tech Racing, Meister Watches, and MBDD Motorsports for making all of these amazing graphics that you see during the event. So Revolution Media does our live stream. They do an incredible job. MBDD Motorsports is the one that makes everything. On the left here where you get to see Session 4, Group 1, you get to see all the coloration. That's Mert, and he does a killer job. This is Eric Fleming's Corvette. like I said, it's very mild. Couple canards, small splitter, replica ZR1 side skirts. He is on AP Racing brakes, front and rear, 295 Yokohamas. AJ Hartman dangling end plate right there. AJ Hartman wing. There's really nothing crazy to tell you about it. I wish there was, but this is just a great driver. Obviously, Samsona sequential. If my guys can, I would recommend they look in the driver, inside the driver's window, so I could show you the sequential paddle. But that's basically all of it right there. There's really nothing else to talk about except an amazing driver, a very well-built car, and awesome lap times. There she is. Every race car driver and every race fan just wants to drive a car with a sequential.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
The shootout is starting, guys. This is Enthusiast class. I think the only car going out for Enthusiast is going to be Mary Valdez. It does look like they're going to put a couple cars out at once. So this may be a time constraint thing or just to get the Enthusiast and Pro Comp guys out there. Mary Valdez has had the event of her life, Carla. After the pit walk incident, after your amazing pit walk, Mary won the helmet graphics, the 750 helmet graphics that a driver wins every year. She won.
Wow, that was definitely worth a trip out to Cota for her. She has had a phenomenal event, phenomenal performance. We're really happy to have her out here, and she is out first in this shootout session.
Okay, so we had an extra 5 minutes, so we gave it to the Enthusiast and Pro Comp guys. Now here's what we got going on here. The Enthusiast and Pro Comp guys are going to do their flyers, but I think we're going to see a little battle action between the two Jap cars.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a solid chance. I'm curious, though, if it's Nick Stenenfor behind the wheel here, because I know that he was driving it earlier, but...
No, I'm sure for the shootout, especially if there's a little battle. You know, I never noticed they had the dual gates going in like a rock-on direction. That's like bullhorns right there. I love that car so much more now. Everything about this car, it's built beautifully. The wheels look incredible. The concave, the offset, the wide body. This is a very well-built car, and it's built to such a show quality. Any car can look good on camera. We know this, okay? We've proven this. But this car in person looks just as good. Had a Nutella dogfight sticker on it. There's Jonathan Wheeler, another Enthusiast class car. He's going to want to go out and set the fastest time he possibly can.
Thomas Thompson behind the wheel there in that ATS-V. He is defending his current Enthusiast class first place standing at the moment. We'll see if he's able to further lower his current time of a 2:30.330.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to top that, but he gets his chance right now. There's a lot of N's in chat right now. I just want you to know all these N's are for NADS. And someone asked a question, why isn't NADS helping present this? NADS hasn't presented a time attack event since 2012. Maybe 2013.
I was definitely really excited when I heard that he is coming out here to this event, though.
A lot of fanboys out there. NADS was texting me 3 days ago. So I don't know what to tell you right now. But NADS has been family for me for a long time. I've made a lot of bad decisions while hanging out with NADS. I've blessed enough to know NADS for 10 years. You know, so I got that going on, and NADS is one of the people that, you know, was basically like, hey, brought time attack to North America, made it a staple of what's going on here. Jason Deanhart and he started Global Time Attack to make it what it is. So this one of the reasons GTA is so respected by everybody. And I've partied with NADS way too many times. I've made way too many bad mistakes, and seeing NADS has to be a 9 to 5 thing from now on. I can't see him at night anymore. These people only know the NADS they see on camera. NADS will get you to do things in a hot tub you just don't want to talk about.
Okay, well, and then back to time attack.
And now we got a little battle action here. So obviously both these cars were wheel-to-wheel cars. If Nick Bright's smart, he's going to block every corner. I want to see actual people holding lines. I want to see people closing the door. I want to see people not just trying to take the best line while wheel-to-wheel racing.
I mean, that is, you know, obviously the goal. I mean, you need to close the door when you're taking a pass, so.
This is Japanese legacy, though. We can joke around all we want, but I mean, this right here, we have a Spoon car built in Japan. We have a Tai Fujitsubo car built in Japan. Both of these cars brought here to the United States, both owned by privateers now who didn't buy them to put them in museums. A lot of people would buy cars like these and put them in a museum. Thomas Thompson did a 231, so he's about a second and a half off his time, but like we said, it's getting rough. But a lot of people would buy cars like the Spoon CL7 or the Fujitsubo STI and just put them in their garage or put them in a showroom somewhere. These guys bought these cars to beat the heck out of them.
Yeah, this is really cool to watch. I mean, this is possibly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see both of these classic Japanese race cars that just came here from Japan for this event, racing around the track to go to in America, Circuit of the Americas, at an F1 track.
Yeah, and you know what's funny is the Spoon car definitely has the straight line speed that the STI has. These were obviously spec. Mary Valdez with a 243. That's the fastest she ran on her solo lap. She is still taking third place in Enthusiast. She gets to be on a podium at her first time attack event ever. I mean, I could tell she is very overwhelmed. When she won the helmet, she didn't even realize what I was telling her, you know. She was saying to everyone before I called her over that this is the best event she's ever been to. She's excited. And I told her she won the helmet, and you know that look of, no, that's not right. That's exactly what was on her face. So she gets to leave here with a huge smile on her face, knowing she did the best she could. She gets to be on a podium. She gets to take home a trophy, and she gets to go home with her head held high, and knowing that her mom's was in this chat all day.
She definitely has a lot of support, and that's amazing to see. And, you know, that was kind of the same look that she gave me when I ran up to her during the pit walk interviews. But I'm glad that she stuck it out, and, you know, she was able to talk to me about her car. And it's great to see, and it's such a crazy thing that she drove it all the way out here from New York.
Jonathan Wheeler just having a little fun on his in lap. He knows he only gets one, so that's always great to watch. You know, I don't think it was because she was humble. I think she was overwhelmed. Humble people still smile and say thank you. She was like a deer in the headlights. And I agree with you. She is very humble. I mean, like I said, I've talked to her this whole event. She is an incredible person. Looks like Nick Bright won that battle by about 0.5 of a second. So the Enthusiast shootout is done. Those top three cars, none of them bettered their times. So as soon as they're in, I'm sure we're going to move on to street. We had about an extra 5 minutes. We wanted to give these guys plenty of time out there. These two are probably still going to try to fight each other, though.
At some point, the pass was made.
I don't know if he wants to be ahead of Nick on this back straight. Things have happened on this back straight with that car.
Oh, too soon.
We got Jackie Ding, boys and girls. Jackie Ding. The question is, do we have a mirror anywhere to be seen? He promised me he would run it till it popped. Okay. If it popped in the parking lot, that would suck. But I wanna see him at least try. And there is no in-car in Jackie's car, but I'm sure they're trying to find the right radio station for this event.
I don't even want to know what he's listening to in his car right now. I'm sorry, Jackie Ding, but your music is too much for me.
That person that we just walked by, that's Alex, by the way. Jackie would be nothing without Alex. I'm just going to let the world know. This man puts in work. He tows after they work on the car till 3 in the morning. He towed 90% of the trip. He does all the setup at the events. He does all the changes. He's the hype man. He's the Instagram man. He's the man.
Man behind the scenes. And, you know, obviously it's really worked out very well for Jackie Ding. With that support, he's been able to reset his own record this year. He ran a 2:17. That is such a phenomenal improvement over last year's record that he set. 5 seconds faster.
5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds at any track is an overwhelming amount of time.
He did what Amir did about him. And this is a much bigger stage. And these guys are trying to replay the Life Motorsport versus James Houghton just at a much lower speed. The Honda's not going to win this time.
Yes, unfortunately not on that straight.
He had to give him 2 cars in the hit. Heads up wasn't going to work there. I do agree. People on here, Alex is a solid racer. And for Alex, when I first met Alex, he was driving. Him and Jackie Dean got together in whatever way they wanted to get together. We're not here to judge. But him and Jackie Dean got together, and Jackie's program got better. Alex is an amazing driver, but he's obviously an amazing teammate, and he understands cars. He understands what he needs to do, what the team needs to do to make it happen. And he really is a huge part of it. I forced Alex to be on the podium at GTA Finals in place of someone else because he deserves the recognition from people. They need to understand that there is no one-man show. There's nobody that shows up by themselves to an event and wins. And yeah, maybe once or twice, but there's things happen. You need help. You need friends. You need teammates. And Alex is proven to be probably one of the best teammates out there. We always got to give Alex some respect on stream, you know. Alex actually gets a lot of love, though, from Jackie. It's not like he works and Jackie ignores him. Jackie gives Alex love nonstop. You think he's got a BMW at home to swap the motor with?
Speaking of sideways action from M3s, we are still doing the Lone Star Drift event, so there are passenger ride-alongs, and many people have signed up to ride along with one of the drifters, and it's quite an experience. And you know, it's one of the great things here at Super Lap Battle. You can do multiple things while you're here. It's not just about the time attack. You can watch Gridlife racing, you can watch Lone Star drifting, and there's a car show. And on top of that, if you get a little itchy to be behind the wheel, you can go ahead and race one of the go-karts here. There's a kart track.
I'm not going to lie, that BMW guy's pretty brave. That is not a drift car. I saw a quick little interior. It still had the brown leather interior that comes factory. It had a factory steering wheel. This man just said, I'm getting out there. I'm signing up for Lone Star Drift, and I'm hoping I don't put my BMW into anything. I love that. Almost as much as I love seeing 2 cars from Japan fight it out. I think for Nick Bright, he just has to do what he does best. Just cut him on the inside. That factory EJ207 obviously has more power. You know, it is a Virgin 8 EJ207. I'm sure that Eric Dewey DeWitt's going to get in this chat and explain to you what the difference between a Virgin 8 and a Virgin 7 is, because that's the kind of person he is. But they're both factory motors. These were spec race cars, you know. That's a factory K20 in that CL7. That's a factory EJ207 Version 8 in that STI. These are not high horsepower cars, you know. These are cars built to do a specific thing. And they sure look great driving by our commentating booth. Let me tell you about my best friend.
Okay, guys. You know, if you've never listened to one of our live stream videos, you know that once Cuban starts getting really tired, he starts losing his mind a bit. You might hear some singing, and in case you're wondering, that is not me.
Oh, I'm not tired, guys. I'm delusional. But no, I'm just excited to be here. And the best part about this is we're going to have the street class shootout. Carla's going to commentate the beginning of that, and I'm going to go pound a Red Bull or something. But no, these are the cars. Do you see a mirror? I don't see a mirror.
I do not see.
I do know that there's an in-car in Christopher Mayfield's car, though.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there's supposed to be an in-car in Christopher Mayfield's car. Yay!
All right. This is a driver that I've been wanting to watch drive. So in case you aren't sure which one he is, he's the driver of that E92 M3 that we've seen running very consistent times throughout this entire event. So I'm really glad that we have the in-car video with him. We'll get to watch him do one hot lap. And also, of course, we have Jackie Ding starting the session in his A90 Supra. Tony D wouldn't pass up the extra seat time here in that 911S. Looks like Jaime Santos also made the cut for this shootout, so he will be piloting that blue Ford Focus RS. And in the very back there with a very large wing, in case you're wondering which car that is that Volkswagen Rabbit driven by Justin Bayless. He's in Pro Comp class.
All right, boys and girls, I'm back 3 Red Bulls later. I'm hyped. We got Chris Mayfield out there on, has he started the hot lap yet, or is this still warm-up?
Still a warm-up lap.
On his warm-up lap. We have an in-car. This guy is amazing, my friends. I do absolutely. We got Jimmy Broadbent in the stream. Yo! I've been watching Jimmy Broadbent on YouTube for God knows how long. This guy's a sim god. Yo, Jimmy, shout out. Shout out. Tell Eric Dewey DeWitt he's slow. So we have... I lost my train of thought. I saw Jimmy Broadbent. I went like fanboy for 2 seconds. We got Chris. I went full fanboy. We got Chris Mayfield. He is a very well-known driver locally. He's won a lot of championships, and he is sitting in 3rd in street overall right now. So I'm super excited to see his in-car. There's Justin Bayless. I had to text my buddy right now, tell him Jimmy Broadbent was in the stream. I don't get flustered very easily. I may act like I do, but Carla's looking at me like I'm probably more red than she is. My
yeah, you
goodness.
definitely are. You're about as red as my hair is. So, yeah, it's. Never seen you turn so red before.
I'm
wow.
sorry.
Okay.
It got me. It got me there. Yeah, Jimmy Broadbent, and for those of you that don't know, not to take away from the stream, he's a sim racer on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure he's now racing actual cars. Not that he wasn't a great driver. He's really well known for doing laps around the Nürburgring and ridiculous things very fast. Just like Jackie Ding is really well known for going fast around every track he goes to.
Yes, I love watching Jackie Ding drive. He has come such a long way in such a small amount of time, and he is just a phenomenal driver. He's exciting to watch, and as you can see, he's definitely getting a lot of rotation there through the sweeper, and you know, he's put down a phenomenal performance this super lap battle, and as if he didn't put down a phenomenal performance last year, he currently holds the street overall record as of last year with a 222, and this year he came out guns blazing, going 5 seconds faster.
No, and I mean, he may even have more in it. Here's the thing. This is the final one. I don't call him Jimmy Diggs. I call him Jackie Ding because, you know, but Jimmy Broadbent, Jimmy Diggs, they're all the same people to me. Jackie Ding is really well known for being under stress and going faster, but during this super lap battle, you have one chance, and that is it. That's it. You make the tiniest mistake and it's over. And we've seen throughout the weekend massive amounts of cars, Cole Powelson, Life Motorsports. They had 1 lap to do it, and they did so. Obviously, if the car had broken 3 seconds later, we'd have seen something different on lap times, but that's not relevant. What's relevant is the lap time that happens. Theoreticals don't matter. Data doesn't matter. I don't care if it said you were going to break the record. You have to physically break the record. Here's the in-car for Chris Mayfield. This is someone who, like I said, he is smooth. He's really, hands barely on the wheel kind of driver. I would have loved to see him full opposite lock earlier, because that's the way he drives. Jackie Ding did a 2:18.1. He did not surpass his time, but still super respectable. It was incredible just to see him out here. Yes, his wing almost fell off, Jimmy. So he was out here racing. Dang, you follow Jackie Ding? Wow, Jackie Ding has Jimmy Broadbent knowing what happens to his car. Okay, I'm a nobody, folks. But what happened is his wing almost tore the trunk off of the car. Chris Mayfield did a 2:21. That doesn't quite match his low 21 from earlier, but it was, it's still a fast lap. What happened to Jackie Ding is his wing almost tore the trunk off, and another time attack team stayed until 4 in the morning helping them make new mounts, make new brackets. He also almost lost his brand new front splitter that was made by Veris and designed by Spacesport in Canada. So designed by Veris and made by Spacesport in Canada. And, everything that could have gone wrong for Jackie went wrong, and he's still out here winning. It doesn't look like Amir's going to run, though. It looks like Amir stayed in. He's going to settle for second best at this event. For those of you wondering, this is a 1-lap thing. So you get one chance, do your fastest lap. You get this extra lap over other competitors for being the top 3 or top 5 in your class. So sadly, if Jackie felt like he could have corrected 2 or 3 corners, he doesn't get the opportunity. It's that 1 lap. It's all the stress in the world.
Which is also what makes it exciting. And, Jackie never fails to not meet anybody's expectation. He is the type of guy that far surpasses anybody, and including our own expectations for him on this event. So it's been great watching him. It's been great watching Christopher Mayfield in this BMW M3. And, he ran a 2:21.776 and getting sideways.
Yeah, and all day people have been asking me how I feel about DCT in street class. I think it's great. This car has a DCT in it because it came factory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, I know for a fact Chris Mayfield's going to go home and be told by everyone how much we covered him sliding all over the track. He's going to want to rewatch this stream over and over. And that's the cool part about our coverage. No hate on anyone's coverage. None of you, a lot of people will never understand how much work it takes to putting in a live stream of this caliber. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of resources. Our team is incredible. They do so much before Carla and I show up. And they're here hours before us every day.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I hate waking up early, and these
they
guys
ever
are here.
I think they sleep here.
Maybe.
Because they're here when I leave, and they're here long before I get here. So
It's possible.
Suspect that they actually sleep here.
Jeff looks like he sleeps here by his hair. But these guys, our guys, they put in so much work, and I just love giving them shots. Someone was saying I talk so much about our production crew, but there's a lot of people who never talk about the people behind the scenes that make things happen, and they deserve all the love. So, but what I was segueing into that I just got lost in a third train of thought on is that he gets to go home and see coverage like he's never had on any of his cars before. When he won NASA Nationals, I promise you there was some coverage, but if you've ever watched Nationals coverage at Cota, you might as well just draw a racetrack and draw cars on it. There's never coverage at autocross events unless it's the Optima event, and then that coverage is very minimal, but it is for $25,000. So having an event like this where you completely get to be covered from top to bottom, everything you do, it's just awesome for your records. And the best part is these are going to be on YouTube forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can go and share this to all your friends and family and brag to them how cool you are. I mean, this is bragging rights for sure right here.
Hey, Mary's mom gave us all the love for our coverage. That's the opposite of her yelling at us when we didn't get rid of the cover when her daughter was coming out of the pit. But we love you, Rebecca. Thank you so much for being with us through this whole stream. Honestly, every racer out there wishes they had a mom that supported them as much as you support your daughter, and it's pretty obvious she came from good stock, okay? So you get to go to bed tonight being proud of the fact that your daughter's an amazing person, a great driver, and we will block her coming out of the pit again next time just to see you get spicy. All right, that's a black flag right there. Black flag this man.
Okay, well, Christopher Mayfield is definitely making sure that we're staying awake up here in the tower because it is the end of the second day. And, it's not something that's easy to do without a bunch of caffeine.
I mean, what are they going to do? Tell him to leave?
Right. I mean, yeah. What are they going to do? Kick him out?
Okay, we actually don't. Please don't be that guy. He can't leave. He's got to be on the podium.
Yeah. So he definitely has a reason to celebrate. He will for sure be on the street class podium for third place in street overall in that M3. And you know what? We haven't talked much about Jaime Santos, but here he is on screen in that Focus RS, and such a mildly built car for the street class. Street class tends to be wickedly fast.
He's still going. He's gonna roast these tires. He's like, look, these AO52s were for this event, okay? So they've probably given him 7 black flags, to be honest with you. But he's on his in lap right now, so you can black flag him in every corner. He's still coming in no matter what. Whether they're going to be more polite this time is kind of hard to say. But I will tell you this: only one group of people has ever been allowed to drift at Cota. I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. I think it was a Hoonigan thing or something like that. Cota does not allow drifting on their surface. They feel that laying tire tracks is going to ruin the track surface, and the people that were allowed to drift here had to drift offline. So he gets to say that he drifted Cota when no one else was allowed to.
With a full production crew and drone chasing him down at 60, 70 miles an hour with 3 people operating it. So
fantastic.
Welcome to Super Lap Battle, Christopher Mayfield. I hope you enjoyed yourself.
He's not a true drifter, though. He was an opposite lock through the carousel. My guy. And here he comes in, and I feel like we're going to see him in the box.
And we will also see him on the podium later today as well.
Let's see if he goes into the box. I want a bird's eye view of that. He better be having a conversation.
I think he's laughing. I think I saw him laughing.
I would be too. I mean, he definitely had a good time. Did they not give him the flag? He drove by the box. This man's going to his garage and packing up. He's out.
He's doing thumbs up and
yeah, brah.
Yeah, there you go.
Tubular.
Well, thank you for the wonderful performance, Christopher Mayfield. You have definitely made things exciting up here for us to watch you drift around Cota when you're not really supposed to drift around Cota.
Yay. And here's that beautiful tower at Cota. That's our paddock down there. Every one of those haulers has a team car in it. Carla and I are in the big building on the other side, trapped in the basement. This is just all fantastic. That was our street shootout, by the way, guys. No one went faster. Amir let me down. It was just everything I was expecting.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed myself. I was really hoping to see Amir Ventatu come out and give us all, something to be excited about. But, he ran a 2:20.0, which is a great time. And, it's something that the team can walk away and be happy with. I know that, of course, everybody wants more, but hey.
Hey, it is. I understand. So this is the limited class shootout coming out right now. It was led out by Thomas Thompson in the McLaren 650R, followed by Ravi in his LS BRZ. After that is Will Dries, and that's the longest my memory goes.
These drone shots give me anxiety. If you see the look at this guy dancing up here, he knows the camera's on him.
That's Riley right there, man. Look, Riley gets down, and he's dancing on the glass. I wouldn't even stand on that. I'm such a little girl. Get it. Get it.
Riley and Kevin up there dancing the day away.
Do the steaky leg.
All of the exciting
Teach me how to
shots.
Dougie. I don't know what year those are from, but I mean, this man's getting it. He's trying to win his $100. Okay, let me tell you something about this amazing production crew. Whoever does the most amazing job gets $100 out of my pocket.
Wow.
And that dance may have put him over the top. I'm not sure yet.
On the glass. On the glass.
On the glass.
He's been up there all day, and he is now dancing on the glass. I'm getting anxiety just watching. I don't know if I can watch it anymore.
All right, back to the camera shots, bro. Back to the camera shots. On this camera, guys, this is turn 11. Our turn 11 cam is Corey, another great guy. You don't get to see him dancing, probably because he doesn't have the dance moves to be in the tower, but I'm sure he gets down. All day, everyone wants to see what our production quality drone looks like. We have 2 people flying the drone. It's 1 flying, 1 for safety, and then a gentleman actually using the camera. This drone does 60 to 70 miles an hour. It's a production level drone, so when you see movies that use drone shots, this is the kind of drone you're talking about. So on the drone, we have Travis Blackwell, and the rest of the names I can't read because we have a gentleman named Eddie. Actually, Eddie's a cool guy. And who's the third guy? Adriel. One of those names was easy to remember, and I forgot the rest. Okay, so this guy, turn 1. He was the guy that started the Ruben trend. You ever notice how everyone on the camera crew calls me Ruben?
I've noticed
That's freaking his fault. I don't even want to say his name because of it. But he's got a cute corgi. So this is Kenta Young. Kent is a great dude. His dog is cuter than he is, but Kent is a great guy. This is Eric Fleming. Okay, so clearly they got the end plate back on.
Yeah, all I know is every time I'm hearing any shouting coming out of the production room, I'm hearing, Kenta go, Kenta go.
Yeah, they push Kenta hard. I think it's because they expect a lot out of him, you know. And someone that you haven't seen and you're not gonna see because he's a real behind the scenes guy. The person that puts all these in-cars in, that's David Medina. I will always remember his full name because you'll never meet a nicer person than David Medina. Okay, maybe Cole, but like as far as camera guys go, David Medina.
There's different categories for nice people, okay?
Okay, guys, so here, my production, I'm sorry, not my good friend John Villa here gave me a full list. This way I don't mess people's names up. Are you ready? We got Jeffrey Hart running the Jeffrey Hart is the gentleman that's going the shots between the cameras, okay? And whether that's a producer or director, I'm terrible with that. So he's saying he's a director, so I think he produces. So we have Jeffrey Hart directing the event, Riley McCloskey, Kenta Young, David Medina, Nick Pinkerton. Nick is the gentleman that does the pit lane camera. So the person running up and down the pits, getting all those in-car close shots, that's Nick Pinkerton. Steven Sullivan, Corey Davis, Eduardo Brander is the producer, Ryan Randalls, and Kevin Schaefer. These are my guys. These are our guys. I have a bad habit of when I'm saying I have nothing to do with them, so don't blame me for what they do. But these guys are the guys that show up here at 5:30 in the morning. They leave after all of us. They come in days in advance. Right now, what you're seeing is Eric Fleming starting in the middle of his flyer. He really roasted those tires about 23 minutes ago, so it's hard to believe he'd go faster, but he's definitely going to try.
But based on the up-close shot that our cameraman got of his car, they're not corded yet, so there's still a little bit of meat left on there.
AO52s are fast to the cord.
There we go. So he's going for it.
I mean, I'm not saying they're as fast to the cord, but they're definitely fast to the cord.
You know what? Are we even doing a super battle shootout here? Or are we
Yo,
doing a
217-936 drift shootout.
I mean, all right. So I guess in the YouTube comments, which driver is giving us more of a drift shootout? Are we looking at Eric Fleming in that Corvette Z06, or are we looking at Christopher Mayfield in the M3?
Yeah, I'm gonna need a vote from the chat. Let me get F's in the chat for Fleming, and let me get M's in the chat for Mayfield. Who won the drift challenge? Wait until we see Fleming come in. He might give us something to look at.
And if you're wondering which chat we're talking about the YouTube chat that's going on live right now on the Global Time Attack YouTube page.
So Ravi Mirage did a 223.505 on his LS3 BRZ. Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober did a 228.95. And Will Drees and Corey Wells, they did a 222.327.
Oh, okay.
They set the fastest lap of their weekend on the shootout.
Wow, that's exciting. All right. That's what I love to see.
Me too. I'm excited about that. Don't be unfortunate about the end. Man, Chris Mayfield laid it down with them turn skis. Shepner did a 225.610. That is not his fastest time of the event, but it's awesome to see that they ran basically all day today, trouble-free.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great. And, you know, man, I know that they've been struggling with a few problems here and there, but they have really stuck it out. And that is actually consistent with his former fastest lap time of the event. But I know that he did run a 224 that last session.
All right, so we're going to have to give Chris Mayfield a shout out on the podium. He won the YouTube competition for best drift at the event. Super Lap Battle Drift. Lone Star, Chris Mayfield. This was the limited class shootout, guys. We still have one more. It's the unlimited class shootout. If you want to talk about anticipation, about tingly feelings, see a doctor. But as far as time attack goes, Ferris Khartoumi has not given us anything to be super excited about. I think he's been doing setups. He did a 2.8. I'm excited about that. But the last 2 or 3 times he went out, he didn't really complete laps.
Yeah, you know, but there's still one shootout session for him, so he gets one more lap to try his best to just put it down. I know that he said that there was a lot of time on the table with that 208, and plus he was on a low boost setting, and, you know, so much more left in the cars and also in himself as a driver, as he mentioned to us. So, hey, you know what? Let's see. This might be another, for the unlimited shootout, that might be some exciting things happening as well.
No, absolutely. And we'll see. I mean, we're not going to see life back out. So no matter how much we want to see that, we won't. I don't know what other competitors can make it back out. I haven't seen Cable come back out since the middle of today. So I don't know if something else happened to his car. That 9 liters of fury in that Viper. But we're going to see Ferris. And if Ferris is the only one there, so be it. I want to see him lay down the fastest possible lap he can with how the car is sitting.
Actually, Ravi Mirage in that BRZ LS3, he just put down a 222.442.
Oh, that is his fastest time.
That's
Ravi,
his fastest time.
congratulations.
Yes, he actually put it down.
That's the Texas spec BRZ because it's got an LS in it.
Yes, there he is on screen there. Congratulations to him and his entire team. I know that they will be celebrating tonight as well.
For you, Jimmy, just so you know, that Corvette has a 7.7 liter LS7. The LS7 from the factory, if you didn't know, is a 7 liter. So he has stroked, maybe punched that bad girl out, Samsonite sequential, and a Motec ECU with a fantastic driver. Wow, someone just said Ryan Randalls is an everyday Ryan Reynolds. That is probably the best compliment he's ever gotten in his life. You can end your life now, Ryan. You were just compared to Deadpool. I believe everyone on this deserves some respect. Will Drees and Corey Wells, they had the most drama in the weekend of all the people in this group. You know, Shepner had some issues with his car, but he didn't blow a turbo up on the first lap of practice that they signed up for when they got here.
Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate, but you know, that's the thing with the Prelude. They're asking a lot from that car in general, and everything has to be pretty much custom made at this point. So, you know, it happens. It's a time attack build, but you know what? The one thing that I can say is that with every problem that they've encountered, they've always come back and they've fixed it and have gone faster almost every time. So it's great to see them out here go even faster with the 222.327.
No, I agree 100%. And you know what? It does, we go back to street, it does suck that Amir didn't put down a lap, but the biggest thing is he chose safety over refreshing the engine. He had the cage built right before the event. He could have chose to refresh the engine, but I think the cage was the right call. that Cusco bolting cage was just not the business.
Yes, I 110% support the idea of putting a cage in that car. It's too fast for any roll cage. I don't care which brand it is. It needs a cage. So I'm really happy to see that he did that, and I hope that everyone else follows suit.
I think someone forgot to tell Ravi it's a one-lap thing. I'm just saying, this lap's not going to count, sir.
Did you see UPS pulling in there?
I swear, if they... UPS don't deliver on Sundays. Is he getting a vaccine? He's getting vaccinated.
Probably getting vaccinated. Because you can get vaccines here. Oh, okay. Yep. No, that's not UPS.
That's a bus.
That's indeed a bus.
Carla says she doesn't need glasses, by the way, guys, in case you were wondering.
In case you were wondering what it's like to have 20/20 vision.
I love that they use the Texas flag while they're waving the checkered flag. That's something I noticed yesterday. And there's just, look, we're from California. You're never going to meet someone from California that's going to say, I'm proud to be Californian.
Yeah.
For a lot of reasons, to be honest with you. But Texas pride is a thing, and I just love, they're so nice here. They're much nicer here than they are at home. I mean, it's just the truth. And just seeing them wave the Texas flag with the checkered flag, it's just awesome to me.
Clear skies out here in Austin, Texas. Hopefully that fire that we saw earlier in the background of the sky there, I'm hoping that they were able to put that fire out, and hopefully no one was injured in that. So yeah, so back to the session here. Looks like everyone is on a cooldown here, including Eric Fleming on screen here. And once everyone pulls in track, we will start our unlimited class shootout.
Yes, and it does look like we have a few cars lined up. We'll see who's there, and we'll go from there. We do know we're going to see Ferris. If the car is running, he's going to go.
I think he's going to go for sure. I mean, I don't foresee him passing up this opportunity. I know he has been anxiously waiting to put it down here, so I think we're going to see something amazing happen from Ferris Cortumi.
I hope so. It would be hard to ask him, though, if the car is not running perfect. We do have Cable Rosenberg, the 9-liter Viper.
Oh, right. I guess he was saving the car for the end of the day.
That is
here
fantastic. That is the best-sounding car here. It is undisputed. It's no questions asked. That car is the best-sounding car here, and that's what happens when you put 9 liters of V10 Fury into a car.
And apparently that's not an opinion. That is a fact.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Sorry, that's my cousin Vinny. Is that an opinion? No, that's a fact. We got Tony Zerka here getting ready to send these guys out. They're going to make sure that people on the cooldown are close enough to come in before they send anyone on a flyer. Last thing we need is a car on a cooldown slowing one of these cars down.
This is a pretty cool lineup here. I mean, you have a really awesome Z06, followed by a 9-liter Viper, followed by a GT3 RS. I mean, that's really cool to see, honestly. And
Jackie Ding just wants to be in every shot. You see him over here. I'm going to leave it parked outside the garage. We're done talking about you, sir. On to the next. No, this is the kind of lineup you're not going to see very many places. I mean, I don't know anywhere you're going to see a Viper race a Vet race a GT3 RS.
I think we should also give a huge shout out to all of the Super Lap Battle crew that has been working endlessly to make this event happen. And, you know, all of us are low on sleep. Everyone's been super dedicated to be out here. So, man, it's a true honor to be a part of this amazing team. And, you know, hopefully next year, I know we're going to be even bigger next year, so I'm excited to see what's going to happen for Super Lap Battle USA.
All right, guys, and they decided to cut to us because those pretty cars weren't good enough for you guys. So we're about to go live with the Unlimited Class Shootout. this should be the fastest shootout of the event. Obviously, this is the final time on track. We're going to see the unlimited car shootout. This is going to give us the final podium spots. Is Ferris going to surpass Cole before this is over? This is what's going to tell us. After this, we'll take a quick little 15-minute break. They'll keep the stream going, and we'll go up and give you the award ceremony. So don't leave just yet. That way you see everyone who got the awards. We'll give some honorable mentions while we're up there, and basically just be prepared, be ready to see some really fast cars go on track right now. And listen closely because, again, that 9-liter Viper sounds amazing.
And you definitely don't want to miss the podium ceremony. We know that we have a couple of very exciting people who tend to be extra on the podium, so you don't want to miss it.
Like Carla Extra.
Like Cole Powelson and Jackie Dean tend to be very
100%.
exciting on the podium. So
no, and you know what? Jackie Dean has a podium thing he does that almost got him killed at GTA Finals. He almost fell and hit his head. So I'm sure he's been working on that. But Cole is definitely going to drink some champagne out of his shoe. And if he doesn't, I apologize, buddy. That's a Cole thing. Here we go, guys. Ferris was just released. Going to give him some space. After that, here we have Cable Rosenberg in his beautiful Viper. This is all ACR aero in the back, and then it's a ACR style front splitter that is longer. So it's made in carbon, beautiful piece. If any of you guys ever get a chance to see a Gen 3 ACR Viper, look at the aero that you would never know existed. There are ducts in the front bumper that go to the edge of the bumper that actually direct the air around the front wheels. There's no wheel wash. Dodge did good things.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's really cool, actually. That is John McGuinness on screen there in that 911 GT3 RS. His current fastest lap time of the event so far is a 222.799.
Let's see if one of my camera guys can pick up Life Motorsports. Sorry, one of our camera guys can pick up Life Motorsports. I said Life twice. Ferris Khartoumi's Corvette on his warm-up. There's Cable Rosenberg in his Viper. Again, this is a car that, if you can pick up the sound of this car on these cameras and you think it sounds amazing on stream, you should hear it in person. It's just something that is undescribable. And of course, you really can't hate on a GT3 RS.
Yeah, Cable Rosenberg here on the screen. His current fastest lap time of the event is a 213.993. He's someone that has found a lot of time here, and we were actually really surprised when he landed that 213 because it was almost 2 seconds faster than his prior fastest time of the event. So, you know what? He's been saving the car for this shootout. We might even see him go faster this lap.
I just heard the Corvette go up the front straight, so hopefully we can pick that one up at the end of the front straight and watch his lap. That is the car that everyone wants to see, so hopefully we get it on stream. It does look like Ferris was incapable of setting a lap. He came in after his warm-up and went straight to the pits, so that's a rough one. I know he was really excited to go out there and try and lay down a lap. It does look like Cable is also not going to be able to set a fast lap. He hasn't been out in 2 sessions. So I mean, I figured there was an issue with the car. It looks like he tried to send it back out. So the only person who's going to set a fast lap, in our opinion, is going to be John McInnes.
Copy.
This is the rough one. You know what's the downfall of unlimited class time attack cars are, Carla?
I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but go ahead and say
Nah,
it.
you say it, girl. You got it.
Well, unfortunately, with unlimited class cars, they tend to be obviously the most heavily built, so run into a lot of reliability issues. You're asking a lot from the car and from the engine and from the drive shaft and everything else. Every piece of the car is asked for a lot. So usually by the end of the day, we don't have too many left standing.
No, and the ones that you want to see run tend to be the ones that go. So Life Motorsports, everyone would have loved to see them lay down one more lap. They sheared 2 drive shafts. Right here, we have Ferris's car. It's clearly having little issues. I mean, look, he showed up, did a 208. You can't say that his team isn't some of the best out there. They really put in the work. And who else? I mean, this car right here, Cable Rosenberg, he did a 213 earlier. He had the car, had the time, had the ability, but obviously he's had some issues. His issues, we'll start from beginning to end. In practice, he cracked his titanium exhaust, and it was causing a massive amount of heat to get into the cabin. So he drove it a couple hours away, got the titanium welded. Saturday night, he drove it to Calvo Motorsports, and him, Tony Zerka, and a few people put a new rear diff in it. So I don't know what caused the issues today, but I do know these guys put in all the effort. Nothing but respect for these guys.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Ferris Cortumi is pulled back into the pits with the mechanicals. So, unfortunately, we won't be able to see him go faster than his 208 for today. But I must say, in case you don't know Ferris Cortumi, you have a lot of fans in the YouTube chat.
You do have a lot of fans in the YouTube chat, and you cost Eric Dewey DeWitt $1, but it's okay. He doesn't pay his bets.
However, John McGinn is still on track. You know, he laid down a 222.7 earlier. Oh, what do we have here? A
226.0.
Wow. Okay, the one car that, you know, we thought it looks like he gave it all, but he went ahead and went faster this shootout session.
So I got a little report from race control over here. Cable was starting a flyer and his hood popped open. Like the corner popped. So also I'm giving you guys a little bit. So because we had some extra time, these guys were actually allowed to do multiple laps. No one wanted to inform us, but they're allowed. So if Cable can get in, get the hood dropped down, and there's no other issues, he's actually completely allowed to go back out and try to set down a flyer. Also true. Oh, Ferris is out of the car. I just noticed that. I see the gentleman with the G-Speed shirt. Hi, guys.
Yes, we're sad ourselves that Ferris Cortumi's not making it back out, but man, what a performance he has put on, and how far along his car has come in just a few months. When he was at the Bunwillow GTA Finals event, he was in a limited class build, so to have him come out here in unlimited class and all the changes that he's made, he's put on a great performance, and you know, he has a top quality team supporting him, so we're just really happy to have him out here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And to put in all that work, the off season wasn't that long, from November to March. You really got to think about that. And the thing about West Coast time attack as a whole, I can't say U.S. time attack because it's not true across the states. West Coast time attack is year-round. I mean, our track season is year-round. There isn't a month we can't track. So a lot of the East Coast guys and Midwest guys and all these guys, they get to do cool things like ice racing in the off-season. We don't have off-seasons. Like, people ask when you stop to build your car, and on the West Coast, you got to give up half a season to build a car.
Okay, wow. Okay, so first of all, and I apologize to anybody with headphones in, John McGinnis laying down a 25.9. He had it in him. I guess he waited for the shootout session to put down his fastest lap
And
times.
I just heard Cable Rosenberg go down the front straight.
All
I mean,
right.
you can't really miss that noise. So even in this monstrously thick concrete building, I heard him go down that front straight. So I'm sure we're going to see Cable try to set down a lap time. He wants to beat his 213.
and what a performance in that GT3 RS. That's so cool for him to just come out and knock out 2 lap times that were faster than the consistent lap times that he has been putting down so far in the event, and then he just shows up to the shootout battle and puts down 2 lap times that were faster and then knocks into the 25s. That's amazing. So it's pretty exciting to see in that GT3 RS. I am curious, though, what will we see from Cable Rosenberg?
You know, that is a great question. But you know what I love? Every time, well, I love the fire shooting out the side of that car, but every time we're about to go down the back straight, there is always smoke in the drift paddock. These guys go nonstop.
Yeah, they sure do.
Ah, yes. Aero. all the aero.
So in case you were wondering, that red Viper driven by Cable Rosenberg, he's currently sitting at a 213.993 for his fastest lap time of the event so far. And the fact that he's going out there for another lap.
And then a slower. See, I think he has to be having some kind of issue because he'll finish a majority. It even could be an issue with the sequential. I mean, or he ran something over and he is dragging it.
Yeah, you know, it looks like there's something stuck under the front splitter on his car.
Yep. That looked like a stop sign, but obviously there's no stop signs on track.
It's not electronic, it's all manual.
Luckily, it looks like it didn't damage the splitter. Obviously, from this angle, we'll never know. But a lot of people are asking, right? So I can't give you a definitive answer on this drive shaft thing. But both times the drive shaft snapped were out of low-speed corners. Now, people are going to tell you, well, we've seen GTRs that make blah, blah. And the thing about Cole's GTR, Life's GTR compared to most is this car has an immense amount of downforce, an immense amount of grip. It's on the biggest tires possible with thousands upon thousands of pounds of downforce. What's funny is that thing that we told you Cable was dragging is still there. So this actually could be a bottom portion of his splitter. His splitter may have separated from itself.
Yes, it's kind of hard to tell on camera here, but you know, whatever it is, he's still able to obviously drive the car, but unfortunately he won't be able to go faster than his fastest lap time, so he will stay at a 213.993 for the event. But what a performance from John McGinnis, though, in that GT3 RS. It was amazing to watch him reach into the 25s here with that car. He was at 27s for most of the day, and then he just jumped down to a 225.989.
Yeah, no, it was great. This is towards the end of the day where the track isn't the happiest. Whatever he's dragging, it's getting bigger. This has to be his splitter delaminating or the bottom portion. It'd be hard to believe. Yeah, it'd be hard to believe he picked that up because it's connected.
Yeah, and if there was debris on track, the Cota officials would have picked it up already before they let these cars on track. So
yeah, I mean, or it's his like front DRS.
That's, I mean,
not possible at all, but we could agree.
Yeah.
So he's going through this small section of turns right before the carousel on the backside. This is the 4 apex right-hander that goes around the Cota Tower. I do absolutely love the fact that, you know, for a fact he hears something dragging. You've driven cars with things that dragging. You drag a small piece of paper, you hear it in the car. He's dragging half of his front splitter, and he is still sending it. So more props to you, Cable. I don't think he's be able to beat his 213 with a broken front splitter, though.
Yeah, absolutely not. But hey, he's still out here. He's getting some camera time, and okay, that you can kind of see it in that shot there. But
it's connected to his front end. This is something on the body. This was a time trial car for him, and this is this is a second time attack event, like true time attack event. So he's never done so many laps. Like at the time trial events, he did 2 to 4 laps and called it a day. So when you start to push the car over long durations of time, you start to find small weak points. And the little small weak point on his is either the splitter delaminated or part of the mounting underneath. Maybe they had a plate that helped hold it up for the mounting. Maybe that broke. We'll find out soon, and I'm sure, we won't be here to tell you, but it'll be on the internet.
So that wraps up our last shootout of the event and last time attack shootout of the event. So guys, thank you so much for staying with us all weekend, but make sure that you still stay tuned here. We have the award ceremony coming up, and if you've ever watched one of our award ceremonies, you'll know that it is always really exciting to watch. So we have that coming up at 5:30 local Austin, Texas time.
It is 5 o'clock right now, guys. So we will have the award ceremony at 5:30. That's in 30 minutes, according to math. So we'll get all the competitors up there. We'll get the trophy, champagne, everything else. What we do want to tell you is make sure you stick with us. Make sure you do not turn off this stream because we will be back in 30 minutes. I want to thank everyone that stayed out there watching. There were a lot of people active on the chat, a lot of family. I mean, this is what I love about this. We see a lot of family out here, but we're being yelled at by family members, and we're not used to that, you know?
I think that's a first, actually. Yeah.
I agree. That's a first. So there's a lot of people supporting what their family loves and what their family members do. Also, every competitor out here, every person that showed up, you guys are the reason we do this. You guys are the reason we have fun with this. So make sure you stick with us. My name is Cuban. This is Carla. We've tried to put in a good 2 days for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. And if there are any issues with the actual stream that you want to talk about, my Instagram is Carla Pistotnik Racing. And feel free to contact me anytime.
Thank you, Cuban.
That drone almost got a little twitchy right there. You see that?
Nick, can you hear JJ? He said go live on your live view. Hey Nick, yo, he can't hear us. No, I see him smoking a cigarette or something. Yeah, he can't hear us. Somehow it's muted. I'll call him. Yo, we can hear you, but you can't hear us. He said fire it up and go for it. I don't know what's going on with your Discord. Yeah. Alright, see ya. So, Nick's gonna fire it up. I don't know why he can't hear us. Oh, you can hear him now. Weird.
Super lap battle, big race, people racing. Not my chair, not my problem. That's what I always say.
Welcome back to Super Lap Battle 2021. It has been quite an exciting event. We saw a lot of stiff competition this year, so we have a very exciting podium finish for you guys. So we're grateful that you've stuck with us all the way to the end of the podium ceremony. We have a great finish here, and I'll go ahead and I'll get started with the enthusiast class first. We had a 6-car field, and I'd like to first get an honorable mention out to Kayan Ding. He was so close to hitting the podium, but unfortunately, Mary Valdez was the first person to hit the podium for us. She is in 3rd place here. So she will walk away with a trophy and a fantastic lap time of a 2:38.417. All right, so as soon as we get Mary Valdez to the podium, we'll go ahead and get started. There she is. It's her first time at TAC event. We're so excited to have her. Congratulations to Mary Valdez with a 2:38. Thank you. Thank you. Help me out here. All right, so 2nd place in enthusiast class overall, Jonathan Wheeler with a 2:33.526. All right, he actually also has the enthusiast class front-wheel drive record, so congratulations. All right, so first place, first of all, you will receive a $250 voucher to Race Shapes and also a $500 voucher for the overall class winner, along with a Garrett GTX Gen 2 Turbo, Meister watch, and a StopTech Racing swag pack. And don't forget the Ridge wallet. So congratulations, Thomas Thompson with a 2:30.330. This is your enthusiast class overall winners. Congratulations. All right, now that everyone has had their champagne showers in enthusiast class, so that Grandpops over here can hear me, I'll go ahead and I'll do Pro Comp class. We had 3 cars in this class, so again, they will be qualified for the $250 Race Shapes voucher, and the class winner will also get a $500 voucher. Starting off strong with Nick Bright and Moni Saar in the Accord Euro R with a 241.542. All right, Nick Bright, come to the podium. Moni Saar. There they are. There they are. Nick Bright was sure to wear his best shoes to the podium. All right, 2nd place in Pro Comp. They'll also receive an anti-gravity battery start kit. Ryan Dussex and Nick Sennenford with a 228.445. All right, so first place, guys. First place winner will also get a Gen 2 Turbo from Garrett, a Meister watch, and a StopTech Race swag pack, and also a Ridge wallet. So congratulations to Justin Bayless and Tony Sirksa with a 225.249.
I'm not sure it's safe for a child to be soaked in champagne, but I appreciate this.
Go that way, guys. Go that way. Go that way.
Woo! All right, guys. That right there was our Pro Comp podium. So let's move on to street class, okay? We had a full field in street class, 11 cars. I want to give all the respect to these guys. So let's give a couple honorable mentions, all right? 5th place, we had Tony D with a 2:27. 4th place, we had Devin Hoffman with an 8-second improvement on her time with a 2:26. So let's go ahead and get to 3rd place, guys. 3rd place in street class, voted best drifting by YouTube. We have Mr. Christopher Mayfield in his BMW M3 M Factory Racing with a 2:21.776. Best drifter in time attack. All right, guys. In 2nd place, we had a team that had some turmoil, some animosity. They made through a bunch of it, but they couldn't get that final lap down. RS Future Coil Rad in his Honda NSX, we have Mr. Amir Bentatu with a 2:20.075. He let me down, but he's a great driver. So 3rd place, Christopher Mayfield with a 2:21, who we have never heard of, guys. Chris is a beast. Great driving, man. Amir Bentatu in 2nd place with a 2:20.075. And in 1st place, going home with a shiny trophy, we have Mr. Jackie Ding, PhD Racing. This is a new rear-wheel drive record with a 2:17.341. This is your podium for street class, guys. These guys are hauling the mail, and I'm out. That way. Jackie Ding is a little blind right now, guys. I hope you got that for the tubes. All right, guys, that was your street class competition. Let's move on to limited class. We had an even more full field in limited class, 12 competitors. Let's give a little bit of love out here for these guys. In 7th place, Mr. Curtis Gladden with a 2:27, fan favorite Subaru on the internet. Ravi Mirage in 5th with a 2:22. I'm sorry, 6th. Tim Shepner in 6th with a 2:23. He got that evil rolling. Good job. Ravi Mirage in 5th with a 2:22.442. The biggest honorable mention is going to go to WRD Racing. They blew a turbo up in practice, made it back, broke again, made it back, and still did a 2:22.327. Great job, guys, for 4th. In 3rd place, limited class in the McLaren 650R, Team Naxan, Thomas Thompson and Zachary Sober with a 2:26.89. I see you're used to podiums. All right, guys, and probably the most beautiful car here, he could go pick up women in this car when he leaves. We have Will Hardiman in his Mercedes-Benz AMG GT with a 2:20.050. Driving for Mercedes-Benz of Austin. Is that a loaner? All right, guys. 3rd place, 2nd place. In 1st place, he took the record for limited rear-wheel drive in the same chassis that held it. Fleming Racing, C6Z06, Mr. Eric Fleming with a 2:16.096. Remember, 1st place gets a free turbo. This is how Ferris started, guys. Beware. All right, guys, and we always end every podium with the fastest cars of the event. This class right here brought the most drama on the internet. Everyone was crying, complaining, and wanted to see more, so I know we did it right. So let's go ahead and start and give some love out here, guys. I'll start at 5th, okay? Honorable mention to Derek Boyd in their Evo 10 Helena Farms Racing with a 2:15.8. They made it up the mountain, and they made it here. In fourth place, they jumped from limited class to unlimited. We have R stands for race, Lone Star Racing, Mr. Jason Dent with a 2:15. In third place and voted the best sounding car at the event, we have Mr. Team Naturally Aspirated 9-liter Viper, Mr. Cable Rosenberg. This man has the best sounding car here, no doubt. In second place, guys, they finished the car on the way to the event. They had nothing but issues getting it ready, but they said they weren't going to miss it. With a 208.653, Car Optics Racing, Mr. Ferris Kartoumi with a 208.653. This is some real stiff competition, guys. Cable, this is his second big time attack event. He's proven he's here to stay. Ferris took the big jump, man. Going from limited to unlimited and coming with a car like that takes some real balls. So big shout out to you, Ferris. In first place, the best smile in time attack, a new record, new overall, new all-wheel drive record. Life Motorsports with a 206.432, Mr. Cole Powelson. This is your unlimited podium. These are the cars at the event. Huge shout out to these guys. Cole's gonna drink out of his shoe now. Shooey, shooey. All right, guys. Another car that had a bunch of problems and still laid a flyer. Great job, Cole. Great job, Life Motorsports. Your whole team really put in the work. Step over to the left. All right, guys. This was your podium. 2020 was a really hard year. We didn't know how this was going to turn out. We would have never guessed that we had more people here this year than any year prior. Big shout out to everyone watching, everyone here today, all the competitors, people like Cole putting his car together, Jackie proving his point. Without these guys, without you guys, we'd be nothing. So let's just say huge shout out to you guys. I applaud all of you. Thank you so much. This was SLB 2021, and be back next year. You won't be ready.
Turn in your transponders if you have not, please. Transponders. Turn in your transponders. Thank you, guys.
Good job, bud.